Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は78日目です。It's day 78. And we got a few things to go over as a way to adapt. Oh, I forgot my notepad. So, as a way to adapt another thing to the sessions. So we got a few things to go over today. Before we start, okie dokie. So, let's go over these first. So, ashita was a typo, right? What do we have here? Oh, this was a sheep into ba. Into a ba error. This one was to be visible. Human error, circumference. And more of a unification error between HanziHero and WaniKani. It still ended up being weak. So part of weak, but this is a radical circumference. This was an own own or kun thing. So kun po. So kongoe. It's a bit of a synonym thing. So compare with what I was looking for. I think there are others, so let's actually take a look closely first. From, right? From, sense, compare with. With, by means of, and then I had to compare. This one. Reading error. So, chew is chew. Nothing really to do about that. Okay. This one, definition. To be correct. Which these two unify. Right, for miyataru. Miyataru being to be found. Which then this can be pivoted to miwatari. Right? I forget this yesterday. That this is to distinguish. I'll have to look it up again. Oh. Watari is to understand. Wa e wakeru is to distinguish. And yeah, more pivots. This we pivot covering our bases. Miseru, which is to show. And also mieru. Oh wait, that's the pivot. My bad. Right, miseru and then miru. To see. Covering our bases here. This one is fat, but since it's a character, I also pivot it to very or extreme or excess. Well, I didn't add excess and stuff, but fat. More of a unification thing. I got a few other things from yesterday. Tsu. Attach. Oji. Right, oji. And all the alls. So ojo, ojo, oji, jo, o, and kakuo. Not kaku, kokuo. And mataku. Mataku. Right. Mataku. For completely, entirely. And one last thing was naosu and naoru. Naosu to fix and naoru to be fixed. Still got one more. Oh no, it's here. Cool. So we pivot as well to komoji and kozara. Oops. Kozara. It does a good review of all the weak ones plus the mistakes, right? Alright, we'll probably get the 5 o'clock ones. Let's see, 4:46? I guess we'll see. This is the dip before the second peak day, right? The second peak day is tomorrow. Looks like it's gonna be a much smaller second peak day. Although it's not gonna be that small because there's a double stack from one of the previous groups somewhere tomorrow. We might only be able to get to the 4 p.m. one. Maybe the 5 p.m. one. I'm slowly meandering earlier and earlier to accelerate my schedule going into April. Okay. Get to it. Well, diligent.
1時
1時
何時
何時
肉
肉 irony, sarcasm. Do we use niku? Niku sounds right. Or irony. Is kind of weak. Sort of. Kun. So he is on, right? And kun, the kun would be kawaniku. Niku, aniku. Guess we'll put this down. So how am I gonna write these down? So the notes I want to write down are what I see and what comes to my head first. So if I look at this, I'm looking at support. I'm looking at skin plus meat, right? And I'm thinking special immediately, and special being combination of he on he plus niku kun niku. So that's as far as I go, and then that's where I stopped in the thought process. Now the question is, where do I go from here? How do I make sure I actually know this? It just sounds right. I don't know if they have a special
皮肉
thing. Nope. Oh wait, does Niku actually qualify as Jukuko Onyomi? Oh wait, maybe the error I have is that's getting stuck is because Niku is Onyomi. Oh, it's only one read. Oh, regardless. Okay, so that solves that problem. So it's traditional largely because Niku is Onyomi. Alright. That fixes that problem. But that'll be a non-issue in the future. Okay. This is thinking. to think about. Okay, let's write this down too. So we have think plus plus I'm omitting ru because ru can be misleading. So think plus makes me think of transitive. I mean, we're not gonna go there. So far all I can think about right off the bat is think about something, or think about. Maybe I'll say to think about, right? This is kind of important from to think. Do I have a to think? I'm not sure if I have a to oh, wait. I do have a to think. Omo. But or yeah. Okay. This is to think about. Now, I need something. Do they have something? This is transitive, right? Because of not because of the air. Wait. Does that fit with my thingy going forward? Yes, I actually think the air make it transitive. We'll add the transitive. I'll keep it like that for now. I was gonna say transitive, but I wasn't so sure. That's probably gonna mod this for now. To consider, to give thought. Oh, to think about something. Yeah, I added to think about something because it requires. Sometimes they end without an object. Sometimes they add an object for transitive. And sometimes they actually even omit the preposition that requires an object that implies transitive. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. So this is what I'm clarifying now for myself. Because some verbs technically are transitive and intransitive, so they put both transitive and intransitive phrases in the interpretation, which creates a really messy all over the place. So we're gonna try to sort that out now. I think no, and then remembering the read is not a problem. A lot of the predicates are on the interpretation side, not the read side. Kangaeru.
考える 象
Oh.
明日
明日 And then we have, I guess a success works. Atari. Right. Okay, we gotta make sure I don't mess this up. So that's it. Right? Because this is often confused with de. De just because of the convenience of the suit. Right? I don't think this I have to double check in my mind every once in a while.
2時半
2時半 the self okay, let's write this down. So we have self plus part or minutes. Part seems okay. We latch on to parts. Self part. And that's where it stops. Self part. Self part. I have a little bit of something lingering in my lingering in my throat, causing me to cough today. Self part. What was freedom and liberty? Oh wait, is that actually self? Yeah, that's I think freedom is too no. I think the part of self is just oneself, myself. I don't know how they rationalize the other part of it. The part of myself is still oneself or myself. Maybe that's just why it's yeah, jibun is just jibun. I don't know how they rationalize. Oops, wait, oh yeah. Or I don't know what the mnemonic is to get the right hand.
自分
Jibun, I think I relied on my own legacy. The one self part is after everything. Still oneself, and the parts that's from myself is well myself. Okay. I think okay, so this falls under Gotta think of it as redundant. Okay. This file's under redundant. Things that are redundant I pause on, I suppose. It can't be that straightforward, I suppose. Overthinking it. Do they have which day? They do have which day. That was my concern. What day as opposed to which day? Or which day as opposed to what day? Okay.
当たり
Antari.
何日
Nannichi. Oops.
先週
Enshu. I think this one's pretty darn good. So is this one of those examples? Yeah, so this is one of those examples. To illustrate the inconsistency. So the primary is to lose. However, it's a transitive, right? It's a transitive. So the interpretation is inconsistent because it includes to lose something, but it is not held consistent to the idea that the transitive needs in a direct object, because to lose kinda don't need a direct object to some extent. So that's probably why they don't have it. And this is my issue with not creating consistency within the chaos, right? So there's times when the explainer uses that you require a keyword in English, like something or about or with, so to part with, and something is implied, or it has a full fat phrase, which is with something, and then or something, right? With something, and something with something, in order to imply a keyword of transitive. And that's part of the mnemonics for some of the transitive ones. But then they lax up and have a verb that is described to be transitive, but the primary drops both something and with something, which makes it appear as though it might be intransitive, which is reserved for intransitive. And intransitive verbs, occasionally, if you type something, is marked incorrect because they are transitive, right? Like that would imply a transitive verb, but it's intransitive. So I think this inconsistency kind of is a sour position. And while it might not be a big deal with and with something and this, I think it becomes a big deal later. It's going to become a big deal later. At least the verbs that I'm thinking about are going to become a big deal later. So, and all of the retroactive ones have the similar inconsistencies. And there are more exotic ones, like agaru and ageru, sagaru and sageru. There are more exotic versions too that are easier to explain out. But this with something about something is requires a consistency check, in my opinion. But obviously these are big deals to some people, not big deals to other people. I think reading the thing in a context sentence will alleviate most of these problems. Like because you still have, right, you still have the particles help, and then whatever the object is next, or the thing that is before the particle as well, can help with whether it's transitive or intransitive. And then the whole paragraph, right? And more things. But in this case, since we're working on with so little, and the difference between having something here, like I don't want to test this because WaniKani is terrible at double check, in my opinion. Like, they don't encourage double checking or experimentation. If I typed to lose something in which the alternative does not include something, do you get it wrong? And I'm pretty sure in the last 78 days, there was at least one instance where I added something to be very specific, and it was a intransitive verb, and it was marked incorrect. Now, if it's a transitive verb, this is the forward thinking. If it's a transitive verb and you omit a direct object, sometimes it's taken like this. This would be example. So I always type to lose something, right? This is why I have something here, because I know this word to be transitive. But the primary is to lose. I think that's a little weird. So it's a double standard now. It doesn't go both directions. It's not consistent both directions. It's consistent going in one direction. And that to me can create a guessing game. I'm not sure how, I'm sure I'm not the only one that has this thing where it looks like the mnemonics are deliberately, in my opinion, the mnemonics are deliberately adding an extra step of confusion as opposed to alleviating a step of confusion. Because if you start thinking about verbs and or predicates and predicate endings and trying to distinguish transitive versus intransitive, and you're using their mnemonic devices that are inconsistent, it creates an extra step of negotiation between whether is there even something about this ending. Now, I don't think it's a big deal for those who just wrote memory through all of this. It's a slightly big deal to me because in Duolingo, right, they do not make you pay attention to transitive and intransitive. However, you kind of want to know the difference between transitive and intransitive, because in Duolingo, you have to write the particles that are in the sentence. And to create a consistency of understanding of particles, if you want, like why this particle versus this particle, and then understanding that predicates can be transitive and intransitive can help add an extra safety net. So because I started with Duolingo Japanese and I'm naturally curious about consistency and patterns, it being transitive and intransitive and knowing them is very important to me. So over the 300 days in Duolingo Japanese, I myself have come up with my alternative system in figuring out what is transitive and what is intransitive. So while I'm trying to understand how ko and ko figure out how they do their mnemonics for transitive and intransitive, I found that it is far more inconsistent, in my opinion, than the system that I was already currently using to figure out whether a verb, whether a predicate is transitive or intransitive. I even have a mnemonic for those. So this might not be a problem for people who are combining rote memory and whatever little bits and pieces here and there that ko provides in mnemonics. But I think this has been a long standing, maybe the last 20 days or so, last month, that I personally have probably abandoned for the most part, paying attention to how they distinguish a transitive and intransitive verb. In fact, those part of the mnemonics don't even ring a bell to me. Like, Was there a mnemonic for oo? I don't know. Oh, now? I guess if it's now, I mean, I'm not even sure if they have anything beyond that for oo endings. So, you know, you have au, right? This would be an au, right? Au su, like au su du mu, right? Ku, ku. All those endings, I have a working system for that because I have to conjugate. I have to conjugate and do all that in during the Duolingo sessions. But this, you don't conjugate at all. You're just using the dictionary form. So that might actually provide enough consistency to create a unifying mnemonic, but there isn't one here. It's so all over the place. It can trap you into things and make you think of things that you otherwise wouldn't even concern yourself. Right? It's weird. We'll navigate through it. Right? Was this one a problem though? I don't think this one is a problem. Largely because the cow is related to the ending of the verb. So I often always know is to lose something because it's in the cow now, right? So this would be a great example on a case-by-case way of demonstrating transitive. So if they consistently decided, okay, we'll make independent mnemonics that reads the ending with the meaning and or the read, then that would be an extra step, but it would be a consistent extra step, as in, okay, now we always include the ending into our mnemonics, so we have to remember the ending, and that is the extra step, so you consistently practice that. Instead, they decided to choose to sometimes include the end, sometimes not, or have the end as a separate mnemonic to the root. So either sometimes the root is separate from the the stem, or actually yeah, I guess the root is separate from the ending, and then sometimes they're together, and then sometimes they're either attached to transitive or intransitive. So now you have three moving parts, right? Three moving parts. I don't know. Well, we'll see. I'm paying more attention to the little things now, largely because it's good to iron them out. Always try to do better next time. Right? Okay.
Toki.
I don't actually even know what the mnemonic for Toki is. 2 keys. What time is it? It's time to key your your opponent's card. My mnemonic for Toki is not even kind of a mnemonic. It's Toki Toki. Toki Toki is a very common word, which it's probably listed somewhere. So Toki Toki. The first one is Toki. And then the important thing about Toki Toki is it also demonstrates that to, especially Toki, can be rendakud, which is Toki. So Toki Toki. Repeated words are very useful pragmatic mnemonics because it also reminds you that they can have a rendaku, internal rendaku. Let's see. Hang on, let me ban the bot, the daily Twitch bot that reminds me I'm also live on Twitch. Very early today, actually. Okay. All right. Like chikazika is kind of a special case, but the idea is to get into the groove of it, right? And then certainly like soul repeats the thing, but then ayabaya, right? Ayabaya is not. And you can remind yourself of dendakus or repeating phrases or repeating sounds. Okay. What was it? 失う.
失う
This one, all the life ones, I just relegated to rote memory. If all else fails, it's rote memory. Brute force will in SRS thrives on brute force a lot of times. So like this is just brute force. Yo is also brute force. Kaisui, Kai worked really well. I think anything with kayak worked really well. There were so many kayaks.
海水魚
海水魚. So rendakus are another story too, because rendakus end up being brute force. They end up being rote memory, because I wouldn't even try to touch how to know rendaku. That's a good obstacle with no real nanzen, right? Nansen sounds awful. This one's kind of weak. So I see what plus 1,000 and I think done plus den sen, right? Dendaku then or zen nanzen. One moment. That's it. I don't think I have an easy way to. Yeah, I don't have anything for Dendaku right now, other than know it.
何千
Wouldn't fault Ko and Ko for that as well. It would be interesting for someone to explain to me how they go on negotiating Dendakus, other than feeling.
今週
Seikatsu.
生活、
生活。Um. I don't actually know how to. Is it towns with an S? This is more of an English thing. Townspeople. I think that's fine. Town people? No, town people sounds weird. Townsperson, townsfolk. I was just seeing if it had an S. Okay, townspeople. Interesting. Okay.
Kaze.
Bakeru. This was from yesterday.
Bakeru.
Bakeru.
来週。
来週。本当。What did they go with for this one? Just thousands? Like what thousands? Or do they accept how many thousands? Probably. Several thousands, okay. Several. How many thousands? Interesting. Several. Several was also used in HanziHero, but they neglected saying how many. Several is like an undetermined. Several thousands as in an undetermined amount. Like a loose approximation. That's fine. Country people, citizen.
国民。
国民。
中学生。
中学生。本当。
本当。
Bread loaf counter. No, not bread loaf counter. This is Mr. I almost messed up. My bad. I was thinking of Keen. Oh, to transform is interesting too. Because it could be to transform into. It kind of has like a direct thing. That's transitive. Yep. Did you change? No, you didn't.
し、
町民? Hmm. We have no other read from Machi. There's Machi. No. We're pretty confident.
町民
Oh me. um
台風
life. Kit 10.
欠点
Kit 10.
同時
同時
週末
Umatsu. I'm kind of curious if they have end of week. It's not the same thing. I just wanted to check. This is clan pool.
氏名
Chime.
Nishi
Nishi.
Ji
Ji. All right, let's do the 5 that rolled over. What time is it? 5:30. Okay.
Otoko no ko
Okonoko.
Mieru
Mieru.
Kogoe
Ogoe.
Yuka
Yuka. Okay. Our 1 lesson. Okay. Next time. Makes sense. Next time. Jikai.
次回
Jikai.
次回
次回
Okay. Jikai.
次回
That's self-explanatory. This is still from last time. Okay. All right. So let's go over our stuff. All right. Harmonics. Hook, snake, cloud, weapon, compare, knit, sickle, horse, easy, suit, page, cape. Reads Z She She Ju Yo Un I Q Shin Xia En Mori Asa E Do An Su Raku Wa Den Sho An. And then let's write out our, no errors today, but let's write out our special stuff. So we had skin, plus meat, right? And what was it? It was not special, and it was 2 ons, right? 2 ons. So the Iniku. That was it. And then we have think plus e. So think plus e. So 考える, right? 考える. Was it that was a problem here? Oh. To think about. Or about. Transitive as well. Right? Transitive. Okay. And then we had self part, right? Self part, which is myself. This was emphasizing redundancy. Far more common in Chinese, actually. And then we have what thousand, right? What thousand. Right. What thousand, which is thousands. So it also takes how many thousands, which I prefer. And also rendaku. The most important part is the rendaku, which at the moment we're using rote memory for rendaku, which rote memory usually ends up becoming a feeling by hearing. My feeling relies on hearing, so I read it out loud. So like nanzen, it sounds fine. Rote memory ends up becoming a feeling from hearing a lot of times. I'm not sure if it comes from reading it. I think reading it makes me more likely to say, wait, is this nansen or nanzen? However, when I read it out loud, nanzen, it sounds right. So that's kind of how I hop on rendakus. Maybe after consciously doing this, there might be some sort of way to tease out rendakus, but for the most part, over like the last thousands of hours of listening to Japanese and stuff. Largely, nendakus are rote memory into feeling it from hearing for the most part. Obviously, you can read the text without knowing what the read is, and you'll still know what it is, right? Like, I think this is one thing that's underappreciated for reading out loud, and someone who's, in my opinion, I spend more time listening formats because it's a little time efficient for me. More time listening, I would have to read this out in order to know that it's a dendaku. But when you're reading this, it just says how many thousands. You don't need to know what it sounds like at all, what the kana is. In fact, I actually think a vast majority of people who don't do a mix of both a lot of times when it comes to input I would ask, if you asked them, can you type the kana for this? Even if you typed non-sen, right, you will get this, like in the drop down. So it can also be circumvented by auto-correcting and auto-conversion to the nearest phrase. So you might end up completely avoiding dendaku in the thought process of reading it anyways. That's kind of one of the other reasons why I read things out loud from time to time. It's underrated. Outputting something, there are, a lot more people who believe output does not inform input at all. So I'm not surprised that from time to time it would take longer, not that they don't know that is dendaku, but it would take longer for someone to read this who prefer or believe that they only read better to not hear the rendaku. When I see this character, I'm reading it out loud in my head. I'm like, that does not sound like nonsense. That sounds like nonsense. So that's kind of how I'm negotiating rendaku right now. Don't know. All right, and that's a wrap for WaniKani today. Not bad. Got a little topic in. I'm trying to focus on very specific aspects now. All right. That's a wrap for WaniKani in our Japanese session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right? Always welcome to follow along or share your thoughts and little problem-solving skills and tools and tricks that you came up with circumventing some of these things, right? I'm all ears. Always fun to hear and share, right? So until next time, right? Minasan mata ne. I'm gonna get up and stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第41天。It is day 71. Yesterday was quite a bit bumpy. Let's get into it here with yesterday's. Got some emotional baggage to reinforce some of this stuff. Okay. All right. So, 西方, how did I mess this up? It's probably a 1 to 4. 1 to 4 typo. 西方. This is a 1 to 4 typo. Oh no, wait. Might not be. Oh no, this is the. I don't know what I was thinking. I was thinking I wrote first, but it's present or now. This is have not, but not have is what they want, right? Have not and not have is kind of, it's being pedantic. Or don't have. We have 4 troublesome things as far as I remember yesterday. Most of the others are semantics and human error. Let's see. I think this one was a diphthong. Typing error. Right. Soul. On soul. What happened here? Oh, position as opposed to strictly inside. Ren Qi. Oh. To recognize as opposed to know or to identify, right? Interpretation. This was one of the weak ones, right? 早已 Yeah, 早已 早已 long ago. We tied this up with 长久 长久 which is long lasting. 长久 and 长续 just long term. This was one of the weak ones. Thoughts? Not too much, but I was distracted. To think, to consider thinking your thoughts. 思想 probably a 1-4 typo on being 1-4 typo. Oof, this one, jerk reflex, terrible. Ask or not ask. Not ask. I just did it again. Here. This is bookshelves, all the bookshelves. This one's a weak one. Bookshelves, all the bookshelves and books on electricity, right, in the basement of the electricity plant. And who is in the basement? Kirby is. 且 and moreover. More and more books on electricity. This one was a weak one. Hard to accept. Yeah, this is a weak one. Hard to accept. We got to think about physical. It's physically hard to accept. So to feel unwell. Or uncomfortable. I actually think uncomfortable works a lot better for me, because whenever I say, I'm a little uncomfortable about that, that's hard to accept or difficult to accept. Like, man, that's a really bold statement. I would be uncomfortable in making that bold statement. Non-show. Right, non-show. And then, of course, oof, this one's bad. La. What did I need to know? Guard. Outside. And pull with finger. Fingers or finger. For la. Okay. Alright. Let's get into this. Okay. Excelsior.
算了，
算了。算了 calculated. Did calculate? This one's good. 算了. It feels like forget it, but the two primary meanings do not help very much. After you calculate everything you did for that one thing, you realize nothing will change and you should just forget it. It's like the opposite. Yeah, let it be. Let it be, let it go is what I would think immediately. Swanla, just let it go. Right? Let it go. Forget it. Let it go. Never mind. Don't bother with it. Maybe don't worry about it. These are a little bit more interprety when I think about it in the context of a sentence. I just forget it. Let it be. Let it go. Never mind it. Right? Don't bother with it. Don't worry about it. Funla. 算了，也别说了. Don't say anymore, yeah. Never mind. Don't say it anymore. Or forget about it. Don't worry about it. Don't say anymore. Alright. Forget it. Okay. 算了. And it's more of a 算了 for more of a neutral to negative, in my opinion. Like, forget about it. It's kind of a bad thing, but let's forget about it kind of thing, as opposed to let's forget about it as in, oh, it's a positive thing, but we're overdoing it, and forget about it, we're overdoing the positivity thing. It's more of a compensation, like a consoling. Forget it. 他不想来. Oh, 他不想来. 就算了. Yeah. That person doesn't want to come, so forget about it. Forget it. Don't worry about it. That person doesn't want to come, right? 算了.
算了，参加
to attend or participate. Okay, participate. Do participate is missing. Participating. I don't know how loose these things are. Yeah, take part. Taking part. There's so many versions of these. I usually use participate, so gotta cover them. 我要去参加派对。
我要去参加派对。
我要去参加派对。参加when something. I keep forgetting this one.
参加婚礼。
婚礼。婚礼。A steak, suit, or spirit? No, steak, spirit, and beans. Having Link in the house in the basement with some steak. Not that type of steak. The stabbing steak. Beans and spirit. That's gonna be an interesting one.
参加虽说
虽说 Okay. Although said is still although said. Although speak. Although not everyone speaks it. The clause although is quite common. It's still although. 虽说 This is like the redundant thing. 虽说 Not to be confused with 谁说虽说谁说虽说虽说算了吧认识他很久了。虽说认识他很久了 although I've known him for a while. 虽说我七老八十了。七老八 7 old 7 to 8 tens already, so 70 80s love. Oh, that's interesting. So they put old aged already, and then you split the two first numbers. Huh. Oops.
虽说
I'm in diphthong typing. Like
留学
to study abroad, to stay. Yeah, 留学 is still the same. Checks out. To stay, to study, so you're staying where you study, right? Is to stay in another country in order to study, yeah. But the in another country is kind of deceptive here, because this is just stay and study. You have to get the idea of an abroad. there's no outside. Like why? Like why 留学 or 留外学, like to study, have to do staying outside studying, like foreign study, but it's interesting. It's been this way. You just remember it has to do with away. 留学留学生 oh yeah 在英国留学1年 a year. Okay.
留学，买主，
买主 selling master. That makes sense. Is anyone looking to buy something and should be treated like a master if they want them to buy your goods? That's fair enough. The customer. Oh no, that's Finnish. Sung. Sung. I don't know what the third one is. Sung. 九找到了一位买主。
他终于找到了一位买主。
Oh, that's you. Oh, and that's Zhong, not Shong. 终于找到了一位买主。Had to cough. Sorry. What the heck is that supposed to be? Something 早买主帮
寻找买主。
OK 寻找买主OK 买主
买主，算了，留学，买主，参加，
oh my gosh, I need to stop doing that. Oh my goodness.
虽说，
that diphthong, I get OU and UO. It's because of how quickly my O comes out more than my U. Okay. 认清 Okay. To see clearly, I think is clear on this? Oh, it is on this. Okay, that's fine. Now I need to add it. Yeah, to recognize pure. Fine. To see clearly. I don't like that it's just see. Clear understanding, seeing clearly. I mean, we'll try to remember see, pivoting from recognize. 认清事物。No， 认清事物的本来面目。面目。
认清事物的本来面目。
Oh, no, it's just mu. Why did I think it was more? Oh, no. I'm confusing with something else. Yeah, mu. Should have stuck with gut. So, see clearly. 事物. Things. It's more like 事物. Yeah, okay. Things, subject, figurative. Things, original, 本来, original's appearance. So true appearance. Interesting. Where original's face look appearance. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't get 面目 yet, but appearance makes sense. Face, eyes. 认清是非. Oh, what is right or wrong? See clearly what is right or wrong. 是非. That one's a special case. Oof. 是非. That's rote memory right there. Right and wrong.
认清王位
王位. The king's position is the throne, alright. Literally and figuratively, the throne. Fair enough. Honestly, I kind of want to add seat to position. Nah, it's fine. We'll see if it ever comes up. What the heck? That's a lot of cocoons. Succeed to the throne. Oh, like succession.
继承王位。
继承. Dang. Gee, that's a lot of cocoons. 继承王位. This is a cool looking character. 王位继承. 地强人 Okay. Okay.
王位，玩弄，
玩弄 Oh, hey, another 弄 玩弄 which is to play with, to play with, to play with is to play with. Has the same meaning as its characters to play and to play with. Yeah, I know. Okay. So we just yes. That's the redundancy thing. 别玩弄那pen something B. I don't know. Nope. The what the heck? The la? I don't know.
别玩弄那钢笔啦。
Oh, la. Okay. Gun. How are you gun? Man. Gun B. Okay. Gun B. I mean, can't go off that. Can't go off this. Okay. But you can go off la here. It's a silent la. Silenced la. I'm scarred by la. Gunbi. Gunbi la. Maybe for the extra emphasis. Yeah, la is the extra emphasis. 别玩弄那钢笔啦。玩弄 jeez
玩弄词句，
词句No dice. I'm surprised we don't have this yet. We have both the components. Or do we? I don't think so. What would that be? Casper? Casper in the beach house? Hmm.
玩弄，爬上，
爬上 Yeah, to climb up. Instead of a mountain, just climb up. I guess to go up is gonna be too non-specific here. 他爬上了树。他爬上了树。香太高了，香太高了。我没爬上去。Yeah, I didn't climb up to the top. Interesting. To the top.
爬上，
Up part is important.
更好，
更好, because you could climb down as well. 更好, more good is better. I like it. Back to basics. 往后 yeah. 往后的日子会更好。Things will be better as time goes on. Oh, 往后的日子 interesting. 会更好。 Interesting. As time goes on. 为了更好的明天 for a better tomorrow. 更好的明天 Here's why it's not the other way around. 明天的更好 Oh, wait. 为了 Oh, because it's for better. Yeah. 为了更好的明天 Okay.
更好，认清，
Ah! That's a typo. B and a P. Oh, almost did the 4-1 swap again.
更好，
Ah, that's a tone mix up. Tone mix up.
爬上， 王位，
Excuse me.
玩弄，
Right?
长生不老，
Okay.长生不老. Oh yeah, that's right. Immortal. Yes. 长生不老. Immortality. I think we should add in more. Uh, 世上不可能有长生不老. Is this HanziHero? Yeah, it's HanziHero. Right next to me. Or this way. This way. It's up this way. Looks like exactly like WaniKani. Kind of. I think the word exactly is probably a little too strong. No, 世上不可能有长生不老的人。长生不老 elixir 药。
长生不老药，
长生不老。
长生不老，称，
Oh, really? In what way is this name? All right. My comment about your looks exactly like WaniKani is kind of like saying if you put 3 boxes and there's a color box and a middle median and a bottom box, and yeah, no, but here, this is it. That's exactly what I mean. You're saying that it has purple for vocab. So if that means it looks exactly like WaniKani, then any instance where there's vocabulary with the purple slab divided by 3 lines makes it look exactly like WaniKani. You're gonna hit a lot of things that look exactly like WaniKani. That's neither WaniKani or HanziHero. So like, we're here to be a little bit more courteous than that, because you know we talked about Spanish and all that. But yeah, language is incredibly semantically inclined, and when someone says something looks exactly like something, it reveals a lot about what. Here's an example, but the UI, exactly, it's not exactly like WaniKani. The word exactly is an exaggeration. And also, there are a lot more UIs that look like WaniKani and HanziHero before they even exist. So hopefully, it's about the details and not when one looks exactly like something. Hopefully, it's not cherry picking the one thing that you recognize. Kind of like in learning languages and whatnot. Hopefully. By the way, it's a different color purple. So if you're thinking like purple for vocabulary, that's fair. But it's a different color purple. And this is a different colored red. If we start generalizing what colors look like other colors, then most things look like most things. Yes, it's a very simplified UI that separates 2 things with a line. One with the colored accent at the top and one at the bottom. In fact, I think YouTube channels do the same thing, where the banner at the top is the colored elements, the bottom. So if you take away all the text, the UI would look very similar. Most websites using Squarespace also look similar in that way. Charlie Brown is in front of the English Manor. Charlie Brown is in front of the English Manor where he is showing the rich kids the various things he owns that are on a rack. So you're considering that as a modified rack. Oh, okay, I got you. On the immaculate lawn, there is a pair of cleats and a grain stalk. And he explains to the rich kids that each one has a name. The grain stalks? They think it is stupid. Call Charlie Brown a bad name and push over his rack of named things. Way. Chung or way. To name something. Or to name. I'm not familiar with this character at all. Okay. So far. So we gotta remember that's a rack. Okay. So Charlie Brown in front of the English Manor, where he's showing the rich kids things he owned on the rack, and the rack has cleats and a grain stalk, a singular grain stalk. And he explains to each one. He explains to the rich kid that each one has a name. Oh, this one's gonna be tough. Okay. Oh, it does help that when the context is Ming Cheng. Oh, and a title. Cheng Hao. How does that work with Hao? A name ascribing. Okay. Or a title. A name title. Yeah, no way around it. It's just name. Fine. So rack has cleats and grain stalks, and they each have a name. Okay.
称
Cheng.
对
Dui. Oh, different Dui. This is for team. Kind of saw this coming. So team. We have a pig. Some horns. Actually, I don't even know if HanziHero has horns. And hills. Oh, wait, here it is. Dumbledore. Dumbledore is in the bathroom of the beach house on the bay, where he's preparing his team of horned pigs. Okay. Actually kind of checks out. He watched them in the bathroom. One of them jumps out of the window and proceeds to run up the hills, okay, of sand, because beach house, sand, that are along the bay as Dumbledore tries to cast capturing spells at it, okay. Team, no other use. In the synonym department yet. What are examples? Okay, sports team. 球队 orchestra 乐队 排队 oh yeah 排队 to line up. I think we can place group as well. Formation. 对 form. 对 form. I have no idea what form is yet. Hair and a gate. We don't have hair and gate. 队形 队形 and then member. No idea. 队勋 队员 okay 队员 alright.
对船
船 yep. Instead of fins, we have legs. Although they could be legs or fins, depending on the type set. Sort of, actually. In this case, they're legs. Yep, that checks out. I wonder how they describe this. This component depicts a small boat looking looking top down, right? So the drop at the top is the front of the boat, sure. And the two drops in the middle are two passengers with it, divided by a line that represents the oar. Oh, I see. Alright, fair enough. Okay.
船
Fun. So, Chucky. Chucky is inside the pawn shop. Chucky is inside the pawn shop. Doing some not so great things. Where he is making a ship. Okay, out of secondhand parts. He gets a small boat and attach legs to it so it can walk on land. Then attaches a mouth of a doll onto it so it can speak. He then hops into his new ship, brandishing his iconic kitchen knife, and calls it to march forward and out of the pawn shop. Well, that's a kind of stuff of nightmares. Have legs coming out of a boat and a mouth in the front. Alright. Ship and a boat. On spaceship. 飞船. Fei Chuan. Okay, Fei Chuan checks out. Flying ship. I don't know Mist and Lun. Oh, that's Lun. That's right. Lun Chuan. Chuan. Or. Holy heck. Chuan Jiang. Chuan Yue. Oh, Chuan Yuan. Oh, okay. We're kind of getting a feel of what Yuan is now. Chuan Yuan. What was the other one? Cheng Yuan. Or teammate or team member. Yeah. And then, oh yeah, Yi Chuan. Fishing boat. Okay.
船
Okay. This is Charlie Brown.
称
Okay. Chen 不老
长生不老
长生不老
船
Horned pigs in the hill. Gandalf. In the bathroom, preparing his team of horned pigs, but where was he? Pawn shop? It's not a pawn shop. I don't remember what the... Oh, it's Dumbledore. Oh my gosh, I keep getting Dumbledore and Gandalf. That's right. Oops. Oh, meaning. Dumbledore, right? Dumbledore casting spells. This is a common problem between Dumbledore and Gandalf.
Dui.
Yong. Eternity. Oh no, that is not where I was going. That's not where I thought they were gonna go with that. Oh, that's not gonna fly very well. Yoshi is in the basement. Yoshi is in the basement of the temple, where he meditates with some other monks. Okay, Yoshi in the basement of the temple where he meditates with some other monks. How do I know it's a basement? Placed on the middle of the rock basement floor, okay, is half of a green spotted eggshell. All right, lore accurate. And some water drops into it from the ceiling. Has been doing this for an eternity, it seems. And Yoshi and the monks have been in the dark basement for an eternity, contemplating the endlessness of eternity, with the drops of water serving it as a metronome. Okay. Yoshi in the basement of the temple. Eggshell with water. Dripping for eternity. Contemplating about eternity. Okay, alright. And it can drip from the top because it's also in the basement. But what about Yo-Yong? Oh no. They don't? Oh, never. Yongbu, okay. Eternity, not, never. Okay. Fine. Yongyan. The distant eternity, forever? Alright, I get you. And then eternity itself. Yongheng. Yongheng. Alright, we'll stick with it for now. But my prototypic word for yong is yo-yong, which is to swim. Ugh.
泳 句
Okay, Ji. I know this. Jizi is where the sentences come from, right? It's also Ji. Yeah, Jizi. A voice recorder. Oh no. Wait. What was the other one? Can? Okay, voice recorder. Sure, this component depicts a special container, right, with a mouth attached to it. It is a voice recorder that can record any sentence you want to say and play it back to you via the talking mouth. Okay. I mean, that checks out. Yeah, and it's part of G. Fingers? Modified fingers? And not sure if we're gonna list this as a different component. Bureau. A flag with a voice recorder attached to it. Interesting. Bamboo. Flowers. And a voice recorder. Careless. That's gonna be a tough one. Alright, some of these are getting a little wild. They add recorder.
句
Okay, gee. Okay, Julius Caesar. Oh, we hadn't had a Julius Caesar in a while. Jie? Jie is probably the last time. Julius Caesar is in the bathroom of the house. Sure. Where he finds a voice recorder placed on top of the toilet lid. Okay, toilet lid is important. Toilet lid. He picks up and says a single sentence into it. Please remember this mnemonic, he says. He plays the sentence back to him with a voice recorder to ensure it is working. Oh yeah, and this can be tough because there's only one component. Okay. If there's anything you need to remember, it's that Julius Caesar, in the bathroom of his house, is telling you to remember this mnemonic. A single sentence. Please remember this mnemonic. Alright, I got you. Yeah, 句子 for sentence. 句点 a period. Oh, a sentence point. I think it actually means period, the punctuation period. 是句 I don't have that 是 yet. The top is longer. What the heck? That's a soldier on top of a caliper. not soil on top of a caliper, which is a temple. That's not a temple. Or is it? Huh.
聚
Okay.
赢
Okay, I got bamboozled multiple times by not remembering that this is part of Hoang, but now we're gonna get it down. Ying, to greet. Yoshi is inside the English manor. Sure. Where he works. A car swerves from the road. Gotcha. And into the reception hall. Breaking through the door, Yoshi calmly greets them and accepts their box of postage stamps as their greeting gifts before leading them to the rich kid they seek. Oh. Wow. Yoshi's pretty baller. Yeah, welcome. It's Hoang. Yeah, Hoang. And then Ying. Yingjie. Yingjie. We're gonna stick to welcome.
赢
As a root.
金
Jing. Eyeball. Oh no, Yinjing. The other part of Yinjing. We got yin for eye. And now we have Yinjing. Okay, Jimmy Neutron. Right, Jimmy Neutron is in front of the English manor. How many times was Jimmy Neutron? Okay, where he is doing an experiment. He plants a seed in the immaculate lawn that grows into a beanstalk. Kirby was in the same position too. Ching. But Kirby was spraying or observing the blue-green sky. Okay. He plants a seed in immaculate, grows into a beanstalk, the top of which has a huge moon, once again, looking pod. It hatches in a floating eyeball. Floating eyeball comes out and over to Jimmy and looks him over. Jimmy can't believe his eyeballs. Okay, so there's a chance I could get this confused with the mnemonic for Ting, which is Kirby climbing up the beanstalk to spray the moon to make it pure, right? Make it clear and pure. And then there's also neither of these, which is Ting, which is also a greenish Kirby climbing up the beanstalk of the moon. And you only see it like once in a blue moon. So hence blue. Or green. Green. Or making it green. Oh, okay. We got these sorted out. Fine. And then you have Yanjing. Yes, we have Yin. Yanjing, Yin also is this also considered eye? I better look at this. Yeah, it's eye and an eyeball. Okay. So the left one, Yin, was Yoshi. Yanjing was in the have silver and eyes. Yoshi was in the basement of the pawn shop trying on a hat or shoes. Yeah, shoes. Silver shoes that have eyeballs drawn on them. Or eyes drawn on them. Oh, jeez. Ding Jing? Ding. Ding Jing. Fix one's gaze. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, okay. We don't have Ding yet, do we? Dollhouse. Dollhouse with A pointer? No. No. To rub one's eye. Roll. Roll 眼睛. Okay. I guess that's rub. We don't have those components names yet either. Okay.
经
Jing. Right. This is Jimmy Neutron. Jimmy Neutron going planting a beanstalk. Beanstalk grows up. And an eyeball comes out of the moon. Okay. Alright. Alright. We got this.
Ying.
Eh? Excuse me.
Yong.
Heck. Heck. Voice recorder. Please remember this Wait. Please remember this mnemonic, right? Julius
Gee.
Caesar. Oh, and it was the sentence. Please remember. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
经
Alright. So we gotta lock in now. Alright. Time to lock in. Boy.
主 平
I misread the right hand again. That's fine.
大师
谢谢大师。
受
Don't receive accept.
有 又是
今天又是一个雨天。
青春
我经常想起我的青春。
Dress. Beanstalk.
表 闻名，
这个品牌全国闻名。
喝酒，
你会喝酒吗？
坏人，
他不是一个坏人。
必要，
没那个必要吧？
是 I'm looking for 是 there. Fork. What was the other fork? Was that the other? Is the other fork a claw? Whoops. I typed Google there.
爬，
是
忽视，
不要忽视健康问题。
交给，
信是我当面交给他的。
他，春假，
春假开始了。
更加，
问题更加复杂了。
网站，
汉字英雄是个很棒的网站。
眼，自来水，
这里的自来水能喝吗？
外交，
外交通向和平。
外国，
你去过外国吗？
Gotta make sure. Wait, how is this Kermit the Frog in the basement of electricity? Man, what is he doing with a spike and mouths? Am I being a pep?
可见，
远处的建筑物可见。
I'm gonna have to. Yeah. Oh no. I don't know why it's k. Okay. That's fine, I guess. I had problems with this yesterday too. K. No, not k. A cape, brown, and mouth, right? It's like defending. Someone is putting on a cape to defend people from the ground. The mouths coming out of the ground. Was sure. Oh. It's it's Hasper? No. It's SpongeBob.
司机，
我是计程车司机。
Take charge of defending.
以下，
房间里温度是10度以下。
加，
I actually don't remember what Jimmy Neutron is doing with the mouth and muscular arms. In front of him is a massive pile of muscular arms, and Jimmy is going to add them up with just a single look. He opens his mouth and says 42, which is right. Nope.
色，纸，
Empress and Foreman. Oh, this is the calculating thing, right? The flip? Oh, the left side is incorrect. I was supposed to type SH. Whoops. My bad.
公司，
公司给他一
Nope.
以上，
这里有10个人以上。
可是，
这里很美，可是太冷了。
Oh there, Hui. Um. Brush, health stick. Bathroom, though. Bathroom. Stretch, yeah.
剑，木，交朋友，
很容易交朋友。
行人，
行人走便道。
Can't spell pedestrian. Since you weren't here, I absolutely disagree, but that checks out from how you reductively talk about other things, so no, I did not see the PP record. I don't keep track of that or watch those things anymore. No, I did not. Is that what you come here to say? Hi. Arcade combs, yeah.
而是，
他不是老师，而是学生。
签，网页，
这个网页有很多游戏可以玩。
难受，
我的胃很难受。
What did I disagree with? Overgeneralization.
骑，
It's probably one of the main things that I make commentary on these days. Overgeneralization. Yes, Twitch. I think it is very difficult to have discussions and appreciations for lots of different topics and to be like open-minded if one practices and consistently speaks in overgeneralization. Call it an act of futility. However, I think the internet does a perfectly fine job at constantly reinforcing the use and overuse of generalizations in order to promote efficient point making and conversations. However, I am not here for overgeneralizations and short conversations and discussions. I'm typically here to promote thoughtful speaking and observations. Right. So, will that ever change by the internet? I don't think so. Probably not. I mean, you want to get to your stuff and consume your stuff and talk to people with as little detail as possible, right? So, motivations, behavior, observations, troubleshooting, critical thinking. It's more like thinking, less critical, more thinking in general, right? Thinking generally versus critical thinking. I could provide some examples like, Osu. Osu is a rhythm game. That's kind of like Stepmania, right? So I played Stepmania. I definitely have played Osu then. Or, oh hey, this is another language learning app. It looks exactly like the other language learning app because they're both language learning apps. That's kind of the type of disagreement that I had earlier. So whataboutisms lend to strengthening those types of arguments too. Like, man, this tool really sucks. Well, it doesn't suck as much as this tool. Or, if you're a native speaker, for example, if you're a native speaker, say your native language is French, since I don't see any French peeps lately. If your native language is French, and then this French person told you something like, oh, all you English speakers always generalize this French thing. That's a you know, a hypocritical statement. The reason why all you English speaking people generalize this French thing is because of generalizations made using exactly what they're generalizing. So when you get to the point where you meet a lot of people who genuinely care about the nuances of their language, providing double standards by using generalizations is a great way to keep aware of our generalizations. I'm not saying that generalization is bad. I use generalizations, but being aware that you do use generalizations, and then someone who has more experience or intimate relationships with something would beg to differ, right? So that's kind of my thought. So while I appreciate loving to talk about how are different dialects and accents and things with the Spanish language, for example, I also take that to heart, that when someone makes an overgeneralization about something they don't care about, or they care less about, or know less about, that they are aware that someone who uses the product will likely disagree with them because they have more experience with that product, right? And that goes with playing a Souls game and thinking a game is a Souls game, right? If you go to someone who loves Souls game, you're probably gonna get the same lecture about, oh, well, this isn't Dark Souls. It's a soul-like game, but it's not Dark Souls, for example. And I think that's where we were hitting the remark about disagreements. Let's see. Stab, heart, dagger, heart. Try to pull it out with a fork. So that's a fork too. They're both forks. Interesting. Jimmy Neutron in the house.
急
Anxiety or anxious or why do I think it's 4? Oh, because he might be in the bathroom doing it. Beach house. Was it beach house?
味
Or flavor?
弄错
你弄错了，
心
I mean, you can have mutual disagreements, knowing that there are two people coming from different perspectives. You would just like to add that Stepmania and Osu are nothing alike? Of course. I played Osu long enough to appreciate that they're nothing alike. I chose Os because you mentioned Os. So we had to mention something that you're familiar with. I mentioned Spanish because Nico's familiar with Spanish. And I mentioned things that are important that I remember about people. So as to create the same feeling, right? Sometimes when you hop into someone's stream or something like that, or when you hop into someone's hobby, the other person might feel very differently, and it's always worth mentioning it. No, they're rhythm games, so they must be the same. Yes, it says Fictitious the troll. Come on, Fictitious. Low-hanging fruit. We need to think of another example, like anime is animated, right? So they're for kids. That's a good one. Still hear that quite a bit in my like environment. Yeah. And anime is cartoons like Disney. So clearly all anime is made for kids. Right? Because they look the same. They pretty much look the same. They have hand drawn or a lot of them. A lot of them are hand drawn. They have colors. And they're not real. So JoJo and Pixar are the same. all right. That might be we might have just started a yeah, Fictitious is joking. I know Fictitious. I mean, he likes to chime in when the iron is hot. So 老界
早就
他早就回家了。
Long ago. Oh, this is already, but it's long ago, right? Yeah, long ago. Already long ago. That's the modifying.
拉
Oh, they're hooks. No. Honestly, I'm kind of curious if everyone were given an assignment right here, given an assignment, and you drew on this assignment, right? So if I were to give someone a number line, right? When does something stay the same? And when is something considered different? Because to me, this is how the internet normalizes things. As opposed to thinking of it like this, where this point is same and this point is different. Right. So I think this is what I feel. It's not extremely arbitrary. Well, this is extremely arbitrary. You're right. This is extremely arbitrary. This is less arbitrary. And then when you add more points to it, it's even less arbitrary. And when you have this dimension, this is between someone who cares and who doesn't care. Or, no, the other way around. Sorry. And by care, I don't mean vicariously. I mean self-interest. So like XP, like no XP, or less XP, right? Because this is a continue line too. So like let's add a continuum. So for those who don't care, it would be divided in half, right? But for those who care about caring, would view it like this, right? So this is less arbitrary. This is, wait, is this even visible? Sort of visible. Hold up, I need to move this over here. So this is for people who care about caring, right? So if you're not as concerned, so let's say you don't play Osu, so not Os player. Not Os player. This is the view of the not Os player. And this would be a Osu player. However, remember that if you apply caring gradient, then there's a whole range of not caring and caring Osu players. So then it wouldn't be just a not Osu player and an Osu player. There will be a very high playing Osu player, a very frequent Osu player versus a less frequent Osu player. So what are these words? Now we're talking about English, right? I'm a language learner, so I like to think about English. So what is this? It's the same as saying exactly versus similar. Similar is on a spectrum to like across the board, right? Similar in how much? And at some point this also becomes arbitrary, because then you have unfamiliar. Or you could say different at the very far end, right? I mean, you might even add modifiers like totally different versus slightly different. So yeah. What does this tell me though? Like, how is this functionally informative to me? I use these languages. I use these like words, keywords to ascertain how much people actually care about a topic and not care about a topic, or in what continuum. And then the frequency of the words they use associate with the specific topic tells me the gradient of how much they care about the topic. Right? It might not always hit, obviously. I'm not saying this is a 100%, but generally speaking, this is one of my like diction choices. Now, we do have to take into account there are also assumptions being made here. Assumptions are that they have the same command of the English language, right? English is an important thing to take into consideration, and that creates noise. So obviously it doesn't always hit because there are people who may not have the same English competency. And one thing to normalize why I can do this type of thing is because the internet is a normalizing factor. The English dominant internet normalizes and pre-selects a lot of factors for using this type of language. Yeah, so if you go into another place, like say listen to John Green or Hank Green, you'll probably see less exactly same, totally different, always, never. They usually say something that's less arbitrary. Not that this is a big deal. I don't think it's too big of a deal. When we're on the internet, it might become a big deal when you have like a significant other or a family member, you know, people you want to have close by, right? People who you trust. You talk about the non-arbitrary things. However, that kind of relationship doesn't develop between people online. So you kind of expect these generalizations online most of the time. So it's not like I'm angry or upset or anything. And I hopefully feel that other people understand that they also participate in this. So getting close to someone or learning and having deeper discussions come with first speaking with more detail, right? If you don't speak with more detail, then yeah, you probably won't make too many friends online, and that's perfectly fine, because I don't think people online typically expect that anyway, right? If here's one that is innocent. Here's a behavior that's innocent, especially on multiple languages, both Japanese channels, Chinese. Well, no, it's hard to find Chinese channels, but Japanese channels, Chinese channels, and then English is often when I ask someone like, "How are you?" If you say you're okay, then it ends there. And that's it. That's the end of the discussion. And that's a generalization. Now, whether you want to talk more about it is probably more likely to happen with your close friends and your family members. I don't think the internet encourages that type of conversation or have the time of day for that type of conversation. But it kind of bleeds into everything else. So perhaps one day will smile about how someone comes into your whatever you're doing, right? Whatever you're doing. Like you spend hours and years learning a language, and then they tell you, yeah, you basically just need to use Anki and then you'll become fluent. It's the same thing, you know? You're learning vocabulary. That's all there is to language learning. I'm kidding. But I feel like that's more in our wheelhouse right now for language learning. Just know everything. Well, we'll try. We'll try to just know everything. Come on. Okay. Back to this. How do I screw this up? 小 They just trying to help? You don't think I know that? What do you think I'm doing? You're defending, so they're just trying to help, right? That's a generalization. So are you generalizing my critique as well? I mean, I know they're just trying to help, but you know I'm trying to get to know it. These things, when you share these things, you get to know each other. No? Oh, really? Explain. Explain why they just trying to help by making a comment about something I'm doing. Remember, this context is someone saying that something looks exactly like something else that I'm using. So if you're trying to generalize by saying they're just trying to help, is that not generalizing? In my opinion, what is the more effective tool in learning Japanese? What is the most effective tool in learning Japanese? Motivation. Motivation, genuine curiosity, and critical thinking. Okay, that's 3 things. So we'll say motivation for self-improvement is the most effective tool in learning Japanese. It's a tool that gets rusty without practice. It is also a tool that everyone is born with, however many extent there is. Oh, okay, so alright, so now if you're okay, so what about in websites or app usage? So if we limit to websites and app usage, it will be the tool that allows you to be consistent and ever curious, or in other words, motivated. That is the most effective tool, probably. What that app or website looks like, I cannot answer that question because I don't actually know everyone in the world and how they feel and background and stuff. So it's whichever website or app that is capable of keeping you consistent, satisfied, and motivated to be curious about language learning Japanese. It's not a site or an app that keeps you dependent on its app and website and keep you locked into that tool. So if you have something that is strongly, consistently forcing you or emotionally, mechanically, pragmatically to become completely dependent on that site, then I would say that is not one of the most effective tools in learning Japanese. Unless, and there is one big asterisk, unless, which is what most people look for, right? Because they think of it the other way. Unless that website and app has everything in the known universe about Japanese and knows you, and they're your friend, they're your family member, they're also your best friend's native speaker, then yes, it would be that website or app. But I don't know what that website or app is because it doesn't exist, in my opinion. Largely because natural languages are not comprehensible, like comprehensively comprehensible. So it's whichever website that has that characteristic. But this random Twitter user told me Anki is all you need. That's great. I hope it worked out for you. Anki forces you to do reps every day because if you don't, then your review will pile up. Then it becomes incredibly hard to finish all your reviews. So you're then forced to do your reviews every day so that doesn't happen and your reviews don't overflow. It keeps you going. It's a force of consistency, but it also is a force of dependency. I mean, again, if Anki is that website or app that you believe has all the knowledge of the known universe regarding the Japanese, learning Japanese, then you yourself will believe that it is the most effective tool in learning Japanese. I do not believe that, so therefore I wouldn't say Anki for myself. Now, I use many tools and all of them they motivate me to some extent. However, since Spinach asked what websites or apps, but if you go back and ask what is the most effective tool in learning Japanese, is the tool I bring to all the tools I use, which is motivation, self-improvement, critical thinking, problem solving. So regardless of what the tool does, it's in addition to what I can already do. So I look for tools to help me learn something. I don't look for a tool that I need forever. So I hope that I'm not completely dependent on any one tool. I use tools to make things convenient for me, not the other way around. So the most effective tool to learning Japanese is here and here. That's sentimentally here, right? Here and here. But if you think the tool defines you, that's tool dependency. So if you become dependent on a tool and you can't step away from it, for example, Duolingo is very good, very, very good at making you dependent, right? It makes motivation easy to get, incentives easy to get, dopamine easy to get. Now, the question is, do people have trouble quitting that or moving on or growing out of it? I would argue yes, it does, because it creates tool dependency. That's no different from Anki, WaniKani, and HanziHero. It's dependency. So it's up to you to know when you're too dependent on something and not dependent on something. And the most effective tools are the ones that convince you that they are effective. Right? So to me, I think I typically think about what I'm able to use a tool for, not the other way around. Like what tool is required for me to acquire something. A tool is an extension of myself, not the other way around. Anki doesn't have all the information, but you can add it all by yourself. Fair enough. So where's that coming from, Hui? Is it coming from Anki or is it coming from you? Or is it coming from somewhere else? So when you're adding all that information, that's not coming from Anki. So Anki is not where is the thing that has all you need. Coming from the books you read. That includes the books you read. So that is not coming from Anki. And who's transferring all of that information from the books to Anki? You are. You are the tool. Not in like a derogatory way, but you are using problem solving and critical thinking skills to transfer what you're reading to the Anki, right? To the Anki deck. So that is the most effective tool in learning a language. The person who's synthesizing the tools is the most effective tool. So, in my opinion, the nice thing about learning a language is that maybe when you tackle problems of language learning, you realize that you're the person that's in charge of learning the language. That you develop problem-solving skills and critical thinking necessary to synthesize whatever is needed in order to learn a difficult thing, which is a task for life, which is language learning. So when like, for example, Krashen, because people like Krashen's work, whenever he goes around and gives a seminar to like schools to preserve secondary language learning, right, in classes and formal education, oftentimes the presented agreement is that it encourages people to understand how to problem solve and critical think. When you go to school, the idea is to challenge you in many different ways so that you can be able to do these things. So in the long run, when you're learning something, it ends up being, it's not really dependent on the tool, but whatever is convenient. Yeah, you find Anki encourages to find out the new information by yourself, unlike Duolingo. I disagree with that on the Anki side of things, but that's because the source is not coming from Anki. You're to me, you're internalizing what Anki is versus who uses Anki. So Duolingo only wants you to use their app and only the information inside that app. That is also not true, but I'll give it to you on face. So you're using only, and you're using like zeros and ones. So you're dividing it into this again, right? Ones and zeros. So Anki doesn't do this. Anki is a flashcard platform. The users do this. The people who use this platform use the most effective tool are other people. It's not Anki. Just like Hui is not using Anki to get more information. Hui is integrating other information into Anki. It's the user that encourages others. Duolingo is not a user platform in that way. So yes, you would kind of expect it to stay inside, but that's also not true because Duolingo has podcasts and blogs and channels, which you, as someone that probably don't use Duolingo, probably don't care about. So then you would put it in the zero column. You're not too familiar about them. Of course you aren't. Because when someone says only, the word only, always, never, and then you decide, hey, it's great to summarize 10 million people, 10 million plus people to only, then yes, probably not too familiar about them. In fact, I just listened to my first Spanish podcast off of Duolingo Spanish, and it talked about movies that we should watch. So the podcast was about Spanish movies or shows that I could watch. Yeah. Not okay. That was a little aggressive. My bad. That's a little aggressive, right? I totally agree with you. That's what it looks like for most people that I've talked to. And the most people that I've talked to are people who dislike Duolingo. So they see another Duolingo user and then they tell that Duolingo user that I'm garbage. That is one of the generalizations, right? Because I don't use Anki. So since I don't use Anki, they don't know that I don't use something like Anki. So Anki users deliberately go and target Duolingo users, right? No, not you. Or you're taking this personally. I'm using generalizations now as well. So this is what happens when the role is reversed. So now I'm going to use generalizations. I don't use Anki, right? So that means I can't possibly know the spectrum of Anki users, right? Now we have to divide the spectrum of Anki users. For those who are malicious against Duo, and those who, they're apathetic. Or maybe even positive. Actually, you know what? We should change this up. So maybe they're neutral. This is the neutral position. And they're positive about Duo, right? And from my perspective, since I don't use Anki, most of my experience with Anki users are over here. Right? So there are some people that I've met that are neutral to Duolingo. And then occasionally, there's a few outliers who use both Anki and Duo. Right? Occasionally. But this is me. Largely because I use Duolingo. So my self-selection for the type of people are anyone who targets Duolingo, anyone who has strong opinions about Duolingo. So there are some positive people who are very charged on one end, but largely it's malicious towards Duo. Now, malicious in the sense of which someone said earlier, they are just trying to help. And what I mean by that is they're not malicious towards me. Like, they're not angry at me. They are not malicious at me. They are malicious towards Duolingo. They're trying to help me. Right? So they are kind. They're just trying to help me while attacking Duolingo. Right? So for me, luckily for me, I don't identify myself as a Duolingo user. But if you start talking about Anki and you talk to these people, they will typically identify as an Anki user. Now, why is that the case for identification? I would agree, statistically, most people identify with their tool. Most people identify with their tool because they become dependent on that tool, right? Why are there people malicious towards $1 billion corporation? It's a $1 billion corporation. There's a lot of things malicious towards it. Like, if you give me $1 billion, there are $1 billion reasons why people are malicious towards $1 billion corporation. Let's talk about sample size. So now we have sample size, right? What's the $1 billion question? Well, let's not even go with money. Let's go with 1 million users. So if 1 million users has a distribution, right? It has a distribution. What are the chances that any one person will self-select themselves into a group? Well, if Anki users is a whole magnitude smaller, say 100k, I don't know. These are numbers are made up, but I know at least that the Duo population is greater than the Anki population. If you were to take a wager, which one would have more self-selection into differing groups? Provided that they're not strongly targeting an audience. And I can tell you, even if we take that into consideration, Duo will likely have a more diverse audience than Anki. So Duo is using casual forwarders, and they're addressing a fundamental deficiency. Yeah, Anki has more self-selection. Yes. The likelihood is Anki has more self-selection. So there are fewer groups, fewer different types of groups. So their distribution has fewer subsets of groups. In Duo, you just said why do people have malicious towards a $1 billion corporation? Well, Duo is a casual, and it addresses foundational things that everyone has an opinion on. What is that foundational thing that everyone has an opinion on? Source of motivation, consistency, boredom, fun. You have more opinions about motivation, consistency, and fun, which is the core principle, the core mechanic that Duo relies on, versus Anki. What does Anki focus on? They focus on content specific things, right? If you're curious, this is a biased opinion. This is a biased hot take. Going back to spinach, a comment. They asked me, what is my opinion the most effective tool in learning Japanese? It's something that's foundational to everyone. Everyone that's a human being, that's not a sociopath, right? That doesn't have any sociopic deficiencies. A normal human being will have to tackle all of these questions, these foundational questions every single time, and they'll all have an opinion on it. Every single person that is empathetic or emotional to some extent will have an opinion on how motivation, consistency, and fun is achieved. So, no matter what the statistics, however you look at it behaviorally, Duo will have more mixed opinions than Anki by design. Because Anki is primarily self-selected, and Anki, the platform itself, is not responsible for the content. The users who self-select themselves is responsible for the content. So when you use Anki, you are more likely to be satisfied with using Anki because you, the user, is taking ownership of your learning. It's all on you. Anki is a great tool to help you remember things that you want to remember. So all the stuff that you're doing you're choosing. You think these things are important. You find someone else who also think these are important. So therefore, you're satisfied with the user who agrees with you, not Anki. Anki is a platform. Duo is not that type of platform. Duo is prescribing, right? Duo is telling you what you need to know. Duo prescribes something for you. So whether you like it or not, take it or leave it. That's it. So in fact, I would even argue that Anki has a more consistent outcome than WaniKani, because WaniKani is slightly prescribed. There's a prescribed way. And what do WaniKani's community do all the time when they use WaniKani long enough? They try to create third-party API. Because they want, whoops, I said API twice. The third-party API. Because they want to convert it into something they want. And that flexibility lets them do it. WaniKani is still overall positive because their API allows it to be customizable. So when it's customizable, more positive self-selection. HanziHero does really well too, because HanziHero, Kevin, he takes on all of the suggestions. So this HanziHero is feature rich. When you go to the option in all the beta testing, in all the different functions, it's trying to become Anki in features. So that features enable users to determine what the content is. Right? So like how frequently a card shows up, so the feature set, yes, is ascribed to Anki. But what you're actually gaining for learning Japanese is content you have chosen to learn. When you ask an Anki person, how do you learn Japanese? They will cite a deck. That deck is created by a user. It wasn't created by Anki. It's created by a user. The user that most people agree with. Like, I don't know, was it like Kashi or something? Or like the 4K and the 2K or the 6K thing? However it goes. I don't use Anki, so these are the buzzwords that people tell me. So it is a user that created the content. It's not Anki. Anki did not do anything. You guys are the thinkers. The language learners are the thinkers. In my opinion, this might sound here's a really hard hot take. All right? You guys are smart. You know, you are smart. Not a tool. So, yeah, those are community-made decks. Yeah. So, these are community-made decks. So, what I'm saying is, not only do I not think that there is the most effective tool to help people learn, I actually think most of the time the source of the most effective way of lifelong commitment to a skill is actually the people you care about and the people who cares as much as you to create a product. And this is a chicken or the egg question. Why do I use HanziHero, for example? Because I trust Kevin, the developer, and Phil, his brother. I trust them. So sometimes, yeah, you can get angry at a product. Right? You can get angry at a product despite knowing that there are people that make the product. Now, someone is going to come in and say, well, what about AI stuff? And I'm like, data sets. Where do you think AI gets the ideas? It's a data set. So now you have to think about pre-selection on data sets. Until then someone will say, what about generative AI? And I'm gonna say, I'm probably have passed away by the time this happens. So I can't really tell you. It's of no concern to me because I can't even fathom that. Someone else has to go, well, wouldn't you use Anki if you trusted yourself since you said it's user made? Yes. You would trust yourself to use Anki. That's one of the first barriers. That's one of the first barriers to using Anki or using a custom platform. Do you know what you want? To me, personally, as an advice, this is like a blanketed anecdotal advice. It's not professional advice. But if you can't answer these questions, using a flexible platform can become overwhelming and you would drop it very quick for a like a prescribing platform temporarily in order to develop enough experience to know what you want, and then you go back to that platform. So, do you know what you want? Do you know how you're going to leverage all the scheduling? Do you know where you are in your competence? Like for CI, for example. Do you know where your competence rating is? Where are you starting? These things in a flexible, the more flexible a platform is, the more overwhelming it's going to be. Right? The more overwhelming. We're talking about degrees now, not that it will be overwhelming, but it will feel more overwhelming the less you know about what you want, because you don't trust, nor do you have the competence. In order to trust yourself, you would also need a feeling of competence, right? The more incompetent you are, the more likely that you're less likely to trust yourself. With one big asterisk. There's one big asterisk about trusting yourself. There's also the idea of arrogance, right? Pride, and crosstalk. And where are these coming from? For example, someone who's an expert at another field might have pride, arrogance, and crosstalk from that expertise of that field to think they are more competent than they really are. So yes, this is a big asterisk. I'm gonna ignore that for the moment, right? Or we're just gonna use it for brevity's sake. So outside of like personal human conditions like arrogance, pride, and crosstalk, the main barrier for Anki is use something. If you have no idea what you want, you need a direction, right? One would want some sort of direction. Try it out. If that direction sucks, then you at least know you don't want that, right? So where do people go? Duo. And Duo reveals to you all the pluses and minuses, and you start there, and eventually those two people actually end up getting into Anki at some point. But was it possible without Duo? Certainly. It's certainly possible without Duo. It could be anything. The idea is Duo's presence is really high, so naturally Duo will be the thing you grow out of. Presumably. But there are criticisms that I have about Duo, and I made them pretty clear. Duo is still strongly, like someone said about comparing Anki and Duo, Duo still strongly on the surface create dependency. And that strong dependency is often targeting people who have low motivation, lack of self-awareness, and not lack of self-awareness in general. We're talking about lack of self-awareness when it comes to learning. So not like, oh, am I sad? Am I happy? Emotional awareness? No, more like I haven't learned anything in a very long time, and I'm afraid learning a new language is very hard and I'm not sure if I can do it. So where do I start? Duolingo tries to address low motivation, lack of self-awareness, lack of understanding of what it's like to start learning again, learning another language. And these are foundations. They're so strong. They permeate underneath pretty much all the aspects of human experiences. So naturally, the dependency goes really high. And what does this correlate with? When you break up with a high dependency, it becomes hate, extreme, betrayal, over expectations. Much like an Anki user who only uses Anki. When you become heavily dependent on something, you are also emotionally dependent on it now. So the longer, the more it compensates for the need or less need, convenience of needing to be more self-aware and understanding and constantly starting new things and learning new things and being curious about other things. If you stick with something, it creates dependency. And when you break up with that dependency, you go through a withdrawal period. And withdrawal periods can kind of look like grief. It can kind of look like grief. Grief, right? Where's the strongest element of grief in life? Losing a loved one. What about your significant other? When you lose your significant other, the longer it goes, the more emotionally dependent you are. And it can easily form vicariously and parasocially between people who don't even acknowledge each other's existence. Like, for example, a great example of this parallelism is influencers. They create dependency. There's no checks and balance for this. So no checks and balance, as in no responsibilities or obligations, formally or legally. Yet, big asterisk yet. And when that dependency gets betrayed, it leads to polarized behavior, hatred. Right? You, the person who followed, say, a celebrity female, charming, charismatic person, and then that person turns out to not represent something, any little thing that they have. That betrayal is reflexive of the double edge of how dependent that person has become. So when you're having parasocial relationships, very strong parasocial relationships with someone, it is well in your due diligence, you yourself, be able to control and understand that when that person is no longer part of your life, even though they might not even know you exist, like a tool, Anki doesn't know you exist in the sense of human awareness, consciousness, and Duolingo doesn't know you exist in the sense of human consciousness, right? So when that product betrays you, who is doing the betraying? So when you hate a product, that's acceptable, I suppose. Like, you hate the product for what it is, right? And in my opinion, the most constructive way and productive way you can use that information is to understand that that's a reflection of yourself. Now, there are some alarming trends of younger people. So we're talking about adults. I don't usually talk about super young people, but we're talking about adults now, right? Most of the stuff I'm talking about are people who are able to make their own choices. Own choices, have some semblance of critical thinking, right? And awareness. Now take that all away. And now we think about anyone who's younger than 18. And then now we have a different question in mind. And that's really controversial right now. It's very divisive and it worries me to no end all the time. Especially when people who are now 20s who act like they are less than 18. As in, what I mean is there are people who are there in their mid-20s that lack the experience that someone who is now currently in their 40s/30s have had over their lifetime. There are lots of 20-year-olds do not have this experience anymore. The experience of making your own choices, being aware of your own critical thinking capacity, and all of these negotiations. So now we're thinking about the internet. And there is a very divisive hot topic right now. Hot topic regarding how young is it before you determine the ability to have choice making, basic critical thinking, and foundational self-awareness that's provided by probably parents, right? Parents, school, meeting other people, before you go online and decide an algorithm is able to decide one-track mind your way to learning Japanese. Because I don't know what that's like. I'm beginning to understand what it's like now for other people. I'm beginning to understand what it's like to learn a language online and becoming dependent on a tool. Because boy howdy, Duolingo is like light years of convenience compared to how I learned my first language and my second language. Technically, I still use those languages, and technically I learned something about them using probably a less effective tool, right? Like that's pretty it's pretty reasonable to say that when I was 16 years old to 21, tools gotten better. After 20 years, I think it's fairly reasonable to think that the methods of 20 years ago hopefully had some change in the future. So in no way am I saying that if you're focused on efficiency, or like, I don't know, learning Japanese, for example, or learning Chinese, that 20 years ago, they were more efficient. They are less likely to be efficient. However, they are also different now. So what did 20 years ago rely on? What are qualities of the learner? What do they rely on compared to what do they rely on now? So yes, I'm starting to understand why people think that the tool defines the user. I get it. I actually quite get it. Versus you rely on yourself. Everything else is to help you, right? It's a different story. And hear me out. One thing that I would say that tracks really well with this is how people explain things. When I talk to my friends and ask them, oh, okay, so how do you go about this process? They would say, well, okay, let's integrate this thing and this thing. And I found that from my experience, I could integrate this part of this tool and mesh with this tool in order to create a methodology that fits and suits my needs and wants, right? Versus someone who says, oh, you want to learn Japanese? Use Anki. Don't use Duolingo. Use Anki. Less like Duolingo, but more like Anki, and maybe a splash of WaniKani with a splash of Genki and a splash of podcasts. Oh, this specific person's podcast. Oh yeah, and don't forget, look up comprehensible input. Oh, did I mention you should use this very specific tool that uses graded readers? And all I heard was buzzwords, 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 and no explanation of how they work for the person. So that person was just trying to help, right? You totally get that. You totally get they're trying to help. And at the same time, my pragmatic side would tell me they legitimately didn't tell me anything about how it actually works. Like there's no explainer. Because in the world of the internet, it's based on generalizations. So when someone says, "Oh, you're gonna love this game. It's a Souls-like game." Like I don't understand. Like, how am I supposed to like this game because it's a Souls-like game? It's like, well, you're playing a Souls-like game. I'm like, okay, so if this is a Souls-like game, you're telling me that I'm going to like that other game because it's just like this game? It's like, yeah, it is. And then you go play it, and like, wait, this isn't just like this game. It's not exactly like this game. It's you can see it feels familiar, but it's not the same. And then you go into the meme about same but different, right? I'm a little complicit on that too. Same but different situation. And we go back to the internet meme. But there you have it. I was gonna write something about this when I talk about WaniKani and HanziHero in the future, so I already have some of this stuff prepared for the 100-day review coming up. But anyways, but as time has passed, as you're familiar yourself, you have started to trust yourself more, and so now you make cards yourself. Awesome. When you were new, you didn't, so you use community mates such as, yes, to figure out what you trust, right? So you can still make it work, okay? I'm not saying that all of us, all people, have different levels of background. And, that background, and maybe you can factor in genetics if you want. We're not really using genetics here. Your background gives you a basal level, like however much amount of familiarity. Now, with that familiarity, you can still make things work regardless of where your starting point is. What I'm saying most of the time is I'm basing it on the statistical likelihood. Right? Statistical likelihood. And so therefore I view things on a distribution, right? Like it's a continuum. It's not like you fail, you win, you succeed. Most of the time when I think about learning, I'm thinking about how likely something's going to happen, how unlikely something's going to happen. But that is purely on conjecture. It's purely based on how many factors, variables I can take into consideration. And in no way does it predict an absolute fail or an absolute success. However, on the internet, this is how it's done in order to simplify conversations. You simplify conversations by removing the nuance. So in no way am I not surprised, Hook, that you started trusting yourself after understanding and being exposed to things that you may or may not trust. Now you have a really well-developed way to make your own deck. And you, yourself, can become one of those community members. Right? So what is Anki did for you? Well, Anki made it possible for community members to share their ideas, right? And those community members shape future community members. And you could end up being a community member that contributes back to the community member using the same platform. And that's kind of what's cool about tools. When tools become a platform, that flexibility and feature set can enable humans to do fantastic things. So the most effective tool is you. That's being too generalization. That's generalizing a little bit too much. But I really want to emphasize this to conclude this digression for today, is that I find it incredibly disheartening, in my opinion. I find it incredibly disheartening that people sell themselves short. When someone says, well, wouldn't you trust yourself? Well, when someone goes around and say, I can't possibly learn a language this way, I can't possibly learn a language that way, I need something to do this for me in order to learn, I need this, that adds to the level of distrust. So the more often you ask yourself, I'm concerned, is distrust. The closer you say like, oh, I think I can make this work. Let's just start now, right? Let's just start and see where it goes. Or maybe I'll learn something. I'm pretty sure I'll at least learn what I don't like. Then you'll start to trust yourself, right? And trust is not, is associated with so many things. Trust also has level of competence and incompetence. And oftentimes, but not always, of course, right? Oftentimes, distrust, incompetence also may lead to or be associated with inaction, dependency, versus proactive, being proactive, as in you take the action and trust yourself that you'll make a learning experience from it. Being proactive, you take action with less prep as well. So there are other trade-offs. Like, this is painting a one-sided argument, but when you have distrust, incompetence, inaction, dependency, you also have diligence and not diligent. The word would be is kind of complacent sometimes. So there are trade-offs, right? There are two sides of the coin for most things, but you're on a continuum. You're on a continuum, because when you're incompetent, or you feel you're incompetent, and you're dependent, and you're have a distrust of self, you'll have a heightened diligence. You want to find all the information in the world before you start, right? The more information you find, the closer and closer you feel that you can reach a level of competence in order to trust yourself, right? So I wanted to balance it out, because it sounds like being on one side is the only positive thing. No, it's like pros and cons depending on your situation, right? There are pros and cons depending on your situation. Complacency can happen to someone who always trusts themselves. For example, someone who thinks they know everything. Eventually, right? There's nuances in what we would say, you know, the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? Or the Kruger-Dunning effect. I keep forgetting which order. Like this curve. So there's still there are still nuances within those nuances. But yes, I would say anyone who comes up with saying, oh yeah, I see. That works with this. Oh, I see that they took this approach that is similar to this approach, and I can kind of see why this UI design is very prevalent in this day and age. Like, oh, I see why they decided to use this color and this structure and these buttons, the way this is, that to me tells me that someone has an understanding of the nuances of the thing they're making a comment about versus someone who doesn't. Not bad or good. It tells me how much they're invested in something. So when someone starts using the word just, only, exactly, and I clearly don't agree, right? And I happen to be someone who uses the thing, and yet someone who uses these words would counter argue against me, then it informs me to what extent do they know. And it's not the quest of being correct. Personally, I think that's a little overrated. Being wrong versus being right, as opposed to nuanced and general. So when I view someone and when I hear someone make a statement, I use a gauge of what type of language are they using. Are they closer to generalized language, or are they closer to nuanced language, right? And that nuanced language also is associated with investment, aka care, versus not. Not that they hate the thing, they're just apathetic. It's not important to them. So what are the qualities of HanziHero and WaniKani that's not important to a person? The color. What is also not important to the quality of HanziHero and WaniKani? That the sentence exists. What's also not important to the person when they're, summarizing the UI, the icons, right? Because they're different icons. So that's important. It's important to point out. And then it's also important to be able to either express that to the other person, regardless if they're just trying to help. Because if they're not going to be around when you mention, you mention the contrary, then it's okay for some people, right? Some people like it. Some people like that they surround themselves with people who like to make generalizations. Because they themselves think it's normal, right? That's in-group. That's nice. If you hate Duolingo and you surround yourself with people who hate Duolingo, it's okay. So what are the odds when someone used HanziHero for more than 2 months consecutively, and then you make a generalization? You make a generalization about HanziHero. What would you expect, right? And hear me out. I know they're trying to contribute to a conversation, and I am too, right? However, I would like to honestly portray that I probably would like to share more about the product. So if you're not here for the product, like if that person left already, then it tends to confirm, not that they could be out of time or very busy or something, they just don't have time to hang out. That's perfectly fine. That's within the realm of possibilities. And also another likelihood is they don't care. And that's perfectly all right, right? We're on the internet. That's kind of one of the things that you have to understand. And usually the people that I love to keep around, or like, you don't like determine who to keep around, but the people that I select for, it's pre-selected. Pre-selection. So the last thing I'd probably say is I'm arrogant, right? I'm arrogant, prideful, and trusting of myself. But interestingly enough, that's also the source of my ability to make sure that my pre-selection would reflect that. So yeah, there are people who are arrogant and prideful, and you're gonna have two people who's arrogant and prideful about things, but they trust themselves, so they probably stick around in their values. But if they don't trust themselves, then they would leave, generally speaking, largely because they don't want to hear someone disagree with them, or stay to defend, I suppose. I don't like this one. The stay to defend is sticky because it depends if it's passive or active. Passive means you defend with righteous indignation, like you're right, so you just defend by repeating what you know, versus you defend by actively interacting with the other person, right? So my selection is really high. Obviously, how high is it? It's high enough that I could spend hours writing about books, regurgitating, basically, in my opinion, I'm generalizing a little, sorry, this is a generalization, regurgitating at my expense. I think that I spend most of my time regurgitating and repackaging through my own life experiences what other people make millions and millions of dollars being championed as the life hack to things like language learning, motivation, productivity. There are wonderful books out there, and go check them out. The internet has all the links, right? Wonderful input methods, output methods for language learning. Those people know how to reduce the complexity and the nuance in order to be digestible for other people. I choose not to do that. So if that person doesn't stick around, well, the results speak for itself. I'm not going to lower my pre-selection until I'm incentivized to do so. So if I wanted to be trendy, then yeah, I mean, Anki would be a great way to do so. If I wanted to be trendy, and constantly pick up, 4 out of 4.5 stars out of 5-star things, then yeah, you can probably get generally a very positive thing, right? A positive depiction. You wouldn't find me spending 90% of my time talking about Duolingo anymore, right? Because Duolingo doesn't have this in most places. There are very selective, pre-selected rating systems that get Duolingo 4.5 stars or more, but overall, it's usually like 2 stars at most, like 2 stars, 2.5 stars, and all of these are self-selected communities. So what are self-selected communities prone to? Echo chamber. Which I'll probably take an example from Seth from the other day. Seth said that he heard, Seth heard that Duolingo has fired all of their language experts and replaced them with AI generated content. So AI generates all the lessons and all that stuff, and that's all the people that work at Duolingo for the lesson side of things. And most of it is just programmers working at the back end, business members and whatnot. And all those people, they don't speak different languages either. They clearly probably all speak English, and they all probably never had experience or any problems learning another language working at a language learning app company. So that is what I mean by echo chamber and overgeneralization. Not only that, it is well known that the founder of Duolingo is multilingual. Like that was the whole basis of his motivation for starting Duolingo. Actually, the co-founders are multilingual. So it's ripe with echo chamber. Things become very extreme. Now, do they oversee lessons and stuff? I don't know. They don't disclose those things. And then you could say, well, they don't disclose them because they don't happen. It's like, that's a leap of logic. Right? However, yeah, you're probably not gonna see me delve into these things. What would make a very wonderful viral topic is, I would say, something like, I don't know, a video series, how to make Duolingo work. How to make Duolingo work. 1 year's journey or something. Right? I can be pretty arrogant, snobby, prideful, and whatnot, but I think I can humble myself pretty easily, being aware of what sells, what is less pre-selection, and I'm not doing most of those things. So being aware of that makes it so that I can have these discussions with myself, practice these discussions, and write about these discussions with myself. Like, I don't really need validation from a lot of people, but I totally welcome it. I think people's kindness is unbelievable on the internet. What's disheartening, again, like I want to re-emphasize, I believe there are, like, the internet is filled with kind people. They're incredibly kind. Yet, it's disheartening how untapped that kindness can be due to systems, not human things. So, algorithm, apps, convenience replaced human interactions. And that's a shame. It's disheartening, right? An innocent comment like yesterday's comment when I was learning a term, right? And I totally get it. Very young person, almost 18 years old, made a term like, oh, this app said the vocabulary word is A. So, A, the vocabulary word. And they're like, oh, LOL, we say B. I'm like, this program is saying none of that. It's like, we? Who's we? Am I them? I mean, I like to think I want to know A and B. Why not A and B? Just because A is on the screen, does that mean B does not exist? And that person was being kind, obviously. They were sharing. And I love the phrase, sharing is caring. But sharing and caring has changed quite a lot. The internet has changed what sharing is caring means, in my opinion. And I have to understand that. So, yeah, there's a high chance that HanziHero says both A and B. And that's what I wanted to tell that person, right? I wanted to say, well, there's still a chance. I'm not saying it is, right? Because I still don't know. But I would say the likelihood is that HanziHero, Kevin, is going to include A and B. But I don't know B yet. I know A right now. It's on the screen. So when you don't see something, it doesn't mean it doesn't default to it does not exist. However, on the internet, when you're in echo chambers, based on algorithm and pre-selection, it might as well be that, right? And we'll take it back to this. Man, it would be really, really weird if I had video comments. It would be very, very weird if people made video comments about my language learning experience, assuming I don't do things because they didn't see it. Now, I was going to say it would be very convenient if I had video comments assuming I don't do this because I didn't stream it, but it's actually become this, which is someone tells me that I'm doing it wrong because I don't do something else, and it turns out I already do that other thing, not only off stream, but I also have dedicated hundreds of hours to doing that. That, to me, is what algo brain, I call it the algo brain, or maybe brain rot, I suppose. We could use brain rot nowadays. It's a very hot topic. The brain rot, pre-selection, and echo chamber creates, right? I don't treat people like that, in my opinion, or I try very hard not to. When someone creates an opinion and they tell me an opinion, we're going to talk about it, or at least if I am humanly capable or able to. I like to assume or presume, I want to give the benefit of the doubt to the other person that they do not have brain rot and they are not specifically channeled into an echo chamber, in which that when I say something that disagrees with them, they would repeat the same thing again without considering how much I understand their position and then how my position does not align with their position, right? That is, in my opinion, going to be an uphill battle because I don't see algorithm-based things going away anytime soon, or like changing it up, and the people who exist now are normalizing that, and that's what I have to work with. So, do video comments exist? Yes, they do. Not only that, I reply to those video comments to state that yes, I do these things. Sorry, I don't have time to record these things, and also I can't record these things because of copyright and fair use concerns. Also, or if they exist somewhere else, I would tell them please refer to these following videos. Like the most recent video comment was someone telling me I should do review videos or review sessions to cover all the things I learned in a long period of time. And I do that for every single one of my projects, if not multiple times. So just because they didn't see it doesn't mean I don't already literally do it, nor do I expect them to, right? Because they're very long videos. I mean, this digression is very long, so that's kind of the thing, right? I don't get upset about it. I can explain it. And I can explain it knowing all the reasons why it probably won't happen anytime soon. I don't expect people to go digging in the conversations. Now, there's also lots of professional video comments like, please look up Stephen Krashen and be familiar with his work because this is the GOAT and he is the only reason you're going. Understanding his work is the only reason you're gonna be able to learn a language. It's like, well, I learned English without knowing who Stephen Krashen is. I learned quite a lot of Spanish without knowing who Stephen Krashen was, because I was too young, too inexperienced, too ignorant, right? And now I know who he is to some extent, but I don't really know who he is, because most people would argue, oh, but you only spent like 30 minutes. You're gonna fail because you don't know this person. And I'm like, okay, and his work. I'm like, all right, so you're telling me that, going back to the tools thing, you're telling me that I, as a human being who went through education, needed to know someone else's theorem of learning in order to learn something. So what have I been doing most of my life? Are you telling me that I didn't learn anything up to this point regarding language learning because I needed this? So you're also telling me that if I continue to use Duolingo, I will learn nothing about the target language. Those are not my words. I finally used a quote from video comments. Like that, I don't use language. I try not to use language like nothing, everything, always, never. When I use those words, I'm typically quoting someone who literally made those comments. And when I mean literally, I don't mean figurative and literal. I mean a literal quote. I have timestamps. I have emails. I even have emails about comments that are deleted after the fact. So, yeah, they don't go away, at least in my opinion. People make comments, they make generalizations, and take no accountability or consequence for what they say. It is the nature of the internet, so no hard feelings, right? I don't have feelings that could be hurt with awareness, right? That doesn't mean my feelings don't get hurt. Just it won't push me over some sort of threshold. It takes quite a lot to push me over a threshold. I think the closest thing I've ever gotten to that point was maybe when I'm really tired and I'm like, hey guys, I need to leave. And that just happens to be a coincidence of a long discussion, right? Other than that, I think it is incredibly common, not always, but incredibly common, when someone says they can't do something without something else to exist in this day and age. That permeates 95% of my interactions whenever someone talks about learning. You can't do this because you have to know this first. And I will challenge anyone who loves this hot take, or maybe this one day I'm gonna eat my, put a sock in my mouth and people will clip this to high heaven in the future, like 10 years down the line, what have you. I take ownership of what I say right now here. It is shocking to me that when people think about learning, they believe that they can't trust themselves at the moment. It's very disheartening that in this moment that there are adults who make decisions all the time about their well-being and their life and what they choose to do, and they don't even trust themselves to be able to solve the problems and critical think and be able to solve whatever comes their way. The reason why it's very disheartening is there are going to be problems with level of nuances that if you're looking to try to hunt for a solution online, all that time spent hunting for that solution may make it possibly not quick enough. Like, how do you overcome depression? How do you overcome getting fired from your job? It's like, well, yeah, there are internet things that will help you. There's also you as well with lots of life experiences. But I think because of the hyper aggressiveness of advertisement, aggressive echo chamber, I think I want to end with this last thing. And maybe I'll phrase it in a more of a hot take, which is to use the negative voice. So I'm going to use the negative voice and the positive voice. We'll use the negative voice first as an illustration. Stop underestimating yourself in the matter of learning. Stop underestimating yourself. And then we'll put a little parentheses in the matters of learning, right? Just a wee bit. Stop underestimating yourself in the matter of learning. This is a negative thing. This is what hot takes, in my opinion, algorithms sell. Stop underestimating yourself. These are two negative words put together. It's a double negative, actually. And it's also FOMO, or it's just fear. And then we'll do my classic cliche positive one, which gets much less traffic. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. This is a positive statement, and it sounds cheesy. It's cliche. Throw my hats back to the millennial age, right? I'm a millennial generation. Believe in yourself. In the matters, right? In determining what you want. It's usually in the matters of learning too, but I kind of want to spin it a little. Experience can breathe lots of things you can believe in. So determining what you want sometimes may not be explicit. It requires experience. It might be implicit, right? It might be implicit, not explicit. So there might not be someone who can explain to you, of all the things in your world, how to believe in yourself that you're able to learn something, right? So there you have it. And I really appreciate, I suppose, whoever has genuine thoughts about this. Maybe it was like breeding hype or creating enemies or creating tension, but generally speaking, there are no winners and losers here, in my opinion. There are people who can possibly make winners of all of them, right? You can make a winner of yourself. And I hope that's it's my attempt to talk about tools and stuff for language learning. The strongest tool in the most effective tool in learning anything is yourself. Hopefully, at some point, it will become yourself. Achieve that, at least in my opinion. If you can get to that point, I think one should record themselves, talk about how they think they learn right now, and then when they get to a point where they can trust themselves to take on any type of task, record yourself again and explain to yourself, why do you think you trust yourself? I think, in my opinion, it will be a very noticeable change in the way you talk and speak and advise others and recommend things to other people. There's a vast gap between the person themselves who do not trust themselves versus in the matters of learning, versus someone who do trust themselves. And the way they go about doing those things are very different. And for me, it happened around maybe 27. Yeah, like around 27, when I was legitimately given the reign to either succeed or fail on my own accord. So yeah, hopefully others get to that point. Good luck, Godspeed to everyone. All right. Let's see. Let's get back to this. Okay. 小树
少数，
少数服从多数。
It's funny that I coincidentally stopped on minority. Okay. Dracula, bunker, outside of what? Definitely outside. The bunker made of beans. He had a light, but what was he outside of? Oh. It's gotta be a 1. The English manor? Dung. Oh yeah, it is.
灯
Yes. Because this is a lamp. Okay. 米饭
米饭，
他每天都吃米饭。
思想
思想，
他的思想境界比我高。
bookshelves. Think about lots of bookshelves falling over. 且
且
Oh, that's one word. 手工
手工，
手工面包很美味。
今后
今后，
今后的任务，
Oh no. It's now after, right? So now after is I have trouble with this all the time. Now after. So I typically write after here. Since here after, and I probably added since and afterwards, henceforth. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Hereafter. Okay.
网，
A halberd with an alarm is a bugle.
“背”，
认识
认识，
他们没有认识很多人。
Oh yeah, this is no recognize. Ugh. Sooner or later, I'm gonna have to negotiate those too. 热气
热气，
一股热气，
Beat. Yeah. 是
是
knowledge. Right. Knowledge.
电
汽车。
机车
他会骑机车。
Okay. 手
手
找
找
找处得对处得the heck is 处得 Just take obtain I don't know to get still to obtain right
取得
取得良好的效果，
取得 Oh, to achieve, that's right. Oh, to obtain and to acquire as well. Okay. That's fine. To achieve is the one that I kind of want to land on though. 南边
南边
河流的南边有很多树，
Oops, that's 2 words. Oh, I almost typed for Japanese. 变化
电话
电话在响，
I don't know. That's fine.
雪
It'll be fine.
东末打开
请打开那扇门。
Uh-oh. Wait. Bart, right? Jellyfish. Stuck on the back. Yes, back. Bart, beach house. Bathroom? Or is it... Yes.
背
Yes. Right. 干杯
干杯
为友谊干杯，
乙
This is not compare. It's something else. And I don't remember. Oh. Did at once? Oh no, use. Use is what they want. That's right. Use.
诗 老人，
那位老人非常健康。
Oh yeah. Right. We're fine.
秋，
Oh no. Is this a pen or it's got to be a pen, right? It's not a brush. Okay. That's the pen. Okay.
长，奶奶，
奶奶今天没有出门。
排球，
我们赢了一场排球比赛。
公车，
公车要来了吗？
壁，过，地，
This is a claw. Okay, so what the heck is the other? Okay, so we have fork. Oh, we have two. Wait. I guess that's the only fork. I'm thinking about pen.
"在家，
我现在不在家。
I need a tone check on aisle 10. Okay, horn, ale, a mixed up monster. What does that have to do with Walter? Okay, Walter White is in the bathroom of the beach house. Horn tails. Yeah, it's something about a monster, a mutant. Oh no. Tails, horn? No idea.
胃，
What are they? Oh, act? I can't believe I didn't put cause on here. And because relating to concerning. But what was the act? Walter White is in the bathroom of the beach house by the bay trying to decide what to do next. He sits on the toilet and does not act yet. See, this is the weak spot of HanziHero, in my opinion. Anytime there's only one thing and one component with only one mnemonic, right? Act is still an act, it doesn't last long. It's horrendous largely because there are not enough keywords. So everything else is like fluffer words, right? The toilet signifies the bathroom, right? The bathroom. And then there's some sand like beach towels to allow for the beach house. But then you have no frame of reference because the other thing could be anything, like does not act. Act in what way? Something. So maybe his next act will be to finally get a tan, yeah. But that's for the idea of act. But way is regarding, concerning a lot of things. And actually, I have not gotten a vocabulary word that deals with the word act yet. Yeah, see, you can't see it down here, but the actual first 3 vocabulary words is why, because, and why. It can all lead to concerning, regarding, or relating, as opposed to act, right? However, you can phrase all of these with the act. Ooh. Oh, let me think about this. Walter White. I was going to use concern because I knew I added concern. I was trying to figure out what this is. He didn't act because he wanted a tan. That's... Yikes. Not enough to go on. Like, there's no horns. I guess act. This is where we go back to the components, right? The tail, the horn. I needed to know that it's act. The component is act, not... Yeah, this is where we must rely on the component. So, the monster needed to act a certain way. Yeah, so that was the word. A mythical creature that acts a certain way. Okay. Should have thought about that a little bit longer before trying to figure out what the definition was that they wanted. 好人。
好人，
他是一个好人。
I don't think this is long. Is it? Oh, is this one of the exceptions? It's one of the exceptions. Does this get silenced? I don't think so.
哪里？
请问，厕所在哪里？
球，到，
Two dolls after each other. Or away, yeah.
问号，
打个问号。
对话，
对话，
他能够流利的用中文对话。
他能够努力，他用中对话。 Right? Correct? Speak? 对话 dialogue? Yikes. 对话 The correct speech? Oof. Okay.开玩笑，
开玩笑，
别开玩笑了。
最近，
他最近太忙。
一样，
他们不一样。
常常，
这里常常会很冷。
Son of a bee sting. Dart to the mouth is oh, James Bond. James Bond is outside somewhere. Outside the beach house sounds about right. Oh, yeah.
之
Yeah, that's fine.
西边
我家在城市的西边。
苏
Pretty good day today. It's a pretty good day today. I guess we definitely have some strong days and weak days in terms of categorization. That's not bad. Not bad. Even with the digression in between, not bad. I think the digression is the superpower. That's a sampling bias right there. All right. All right. Oh, ignore that. That was from yesterday. I was having a rough day yesterday. Oh, rough as in coincidentally there were a lot of things I had trouble with for a while. I think we tried to solve most of them. They didn't come up again. They usually, when we get them wrong, they come up the following day. And it looks like they didn't occur today, right? Let's see. Yeah, all 4 of these are new, not consecutive. Yeah, yesterday, really rough. Yesterday was pretty rough. Okay, so we have boat. Voice recorder. Chung. We'll double check all these with our mnemonics in a bit. Chong. No. Wait, yes. 对。赢 勇 I can bee sting. Oh. 住 金 小事 no 小树 小树 算了 流流血买猪买猪参加非说非说坏坏亲Wait, not Huaiting. That's like, what the heck is Huaiting? That's not Huaiting. 认清 is yeah. 刚好发生王位王文 not 王文文弄长生不老长生不老 Okay, let's go over this. So, right, this is Charlie Brown outside of the English Manor. And the reason we know the English Manor is because of the rich kids, right? So, Charlie Brown is showing the rich kids that on his rack, so it's a modified rack. It's oops. How does this modify rack go? Like, guess I'm gonna write it this way. Rack, his modified rack, where there are cleats and a grain stock. Cleats and a grain stock. And they have names. But the rich kids decide to tease Charlie Brown about it because it's stupid. So they called him names, right? For Charlie Brown. Now we have Chucky. Chucky is inside the pawn shop, attaching legs and a mouth to a boat to create a walking ship. Okay, fine. Dracula No, not Dracula. Dumbledore. This is where I made the mistake. Dumbledore. Oh, Dumbledore. A beach house? Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah. Beach house. So in the bathroom of the beach house, preparing his horned pigs, his team of horned pigs. Right? Horn, pigs, but one of the pigs got out because he was trying to clean them and ran for the sandy hills, right? Okay. Now we have... The heck is YE? Oh, it's modified. So it's Yoshi. Appearing inside of the English manor. Where he drove a car from the road to inside the English manor, so road. And through a box of postage stamps, right? Postage stamps as a welcome to his appearance, I suppose, and then delivering the postage to the other people on their way to the other people. Oh wait, it's not welcome. It's welcome is an alternative. What is the thing they wanted? Greet. To greet, yeah, the other people. Okay, and then we have Yoshi again. This time in the basement of the temple, where there's an eggshell that's collecting drops of water that drops for eternity and contemplating about the eternity with the monks. Then we have Julius Caesar, and this one's gonna be weak for the next couple days when it occurs again. Julius Caesar is in the bathroom where is in the bathroom of the house where he finds a recorder where he finds a voice recorder where he utters one sentence, and that sentence is to remember this mnemonic, right? Hopefully. Who the heck is J? Oh, right. No, J.I. Jimmy Neutron is in front of the English manor where he planted a beanstalk. Right. Beanstalk that goes up to the moon. And out pops an eyeball. An eye. And the walking eyeball, he can't believe his eyeballs that he saw the walking eyeball come out of the moon, right? Okay. And then now we have to remember. Oh, yeah. This is probably... Yeah, that's probably how that works. So I have to remember that something with horns and a tail looks like a, oh, this kind of looks like a face. Looks like a mythical creature that acts weird. And that act is also related to Walter White Way. It's probably how we're gonna do most of these for the time being. Acts and Walter White is in an inaction in the bathroom of the beach house, contemplating about whether to get a tan or not. Right. This one was a misread, just straight up misread. I was thinking of something entirely different. Oops. Youth. Chun. Did I screw this one up? Oh. Also a misread. Wow, today was really nice. So this was a misread too. Sure. That's fine. Oh, and this was a typo. Wow, just one today. With a concern. Empress. What does an empress look like? You have a mouth, you have a purse, right? A pouch, a mouth. Actually, I don't know how an empress is described. Yeah, I have no idea what an empress is, how an empress is described. Oh, wait. I should look up the stroke order for empress. It feels more like this. It's so tall. I didn't finish this character. What was this? Xiao. Right? Xiao versus Xiao. Xiao versus Xiao. This is Xiao. That's where the mix was. Not bad. I think we're good. All of us are light except this one. This one requires some reinforcement. Alright. So what time is it? 9:30 p.m. Alright. So that's a wrap for our traditional Chinese today in HanziHero. Kind of pause right in the middle for a little bit about a teaser of a topic that I was gonna talk about when we're gonna summarize like WaniKani, specifically WaniKani, but a little bit of HanziHero too, because both of them involve SRS. So 30 days from now, or 29 days from now, and then 22 days for WaniKani, the topic is going to come up in my review, right? Considering certain things, talking about SRS and its position, SRS and the positions that I think, at least for myself personally, where SRS requires common. I would complement SRS with something else and that stuff, right? It was in the middle. There was a bit of a teaser talking about how pools are used and all that. Usually that's a commentary left for people with hot takes. Anyways, let's wrap. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢, right? So until next time, 大家下次见, right? 下次见. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for Spanish. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. Hoy es el día 14. 14 is day 14. Oh, we're getting end of our concluding our second week back on Duolingo. All right, let's get into our quick review. Yesterday there wasn't that many new vocabulary words. Still emphasizing conjugations and being more consistent with gender, article conjugations. You know, the kind of implicit grammar side of things. Let's see if I can something. Discuss other lives. So I think we added a new language, right? Portuguese, right? Portuguese. That it? No. Pueblo paired with ciudad. medical, medica, right? Medical doctor, doctor, and camarero. Those are grouped together. I think that's almost everything. That's kind of how few it was. The rest was conjugation. Again, more conjugation of all the things. Do we have a place? Oh, these are places. I don't know. Was casa part of this? It's probably casa. What is at these? Apartamento. Apartamento. Oh. Celular. Oh, then there's numero. Whoops. I keep writing the accent more in there. Numero. And dirección. Dirección, not dirección. Dirección. I feel like that's it. That's pretty much all of it. Well, it wasn't too much outside of your conjugations. Repeating already a repeating collection of verbs. Okay, so let's go over our podcasts. What were our podcasts? Do I remember? Dealing with discussing other people's lives? No, we're gonna need some reminder here. Okay, so the first one was studying medicine. I was 0 for 3 once again. Or who was going to talk about this? Studying medicine was Lynn? No, I think it was Lily. I don't remember what Lily said. Oh man. I don't remember. Oh, Lily was like, who cares? Oh, because they were studying medicine. It's like, who cares? Big whoop. Big whoop. Sounds about right. Right. Restaurant hustle. Restaurant hustle was all staff, surprisingly. No, it wasn't. Just kidding. No Falstaff. I thought it was Falstaff, but it's Lynn. And they talked about, what did they talk about in Restaurant Hustle? Oh, there were 2 siblings that work as waiters, and they like working together, right? And obviously Lynn is like, sounds exhausting, but she prefers to just stay home, right? Stay home and serve serve food to herself. Sounds about right. Lots of this is channeling the new age lifestyle. And then the third one is coffee shop chat. And this was Lucy. They were chatting about giving directions. Right. Yeah, giving details, like life details and direction, or not directions, but address and telephone number. For a secret meeting. Lucy. The adventure was quite fun. It was extra layered. So, Falstaff, you were playing as Lucy. I think it was called like Lucy's busy day, busy work day. Lucy's busy work day. And you went around. Falstaff was El Jefe. He was the chief. Or the boss. El Jefe. So El Jefe ordered Lucy to go and pick up documents. Documents around the office thing. So you found some documents in a box. You found some documents. You got some documents from fellow. Oh yeah, Lynn worked there. And then Eddie was in front of the copy machine. So eventually you get all the documents. You give it to El Jefe, Falstaff. And then Falstaff's like, I need the key from Eddie. Llave. And then you get the key and go back to Falstaff. And he says it's very important for his almuerzo. Almuerzo. Almuerta. I forgot what the ending was. The gender. El almuerzo, I think. So his lunch, basically. His lunch. And we'll probably get that today. His lunch. So the key was to a locker room where he has his lunch. So he gave the key then to Lucy to get his lunch to him, and he just munches on his sandwich. And that's about it. It was kind of extra layered. I wonder if these things are going to get longer. It'd be kind of fun for them to get longer and longer. Honestly, this is something to be said. I've been following I've been looking around for like Steam games or edutainment games for language learning for some time now, and I started to expand and try to track like ones for Mandarin and Spanish, like legitimately edutainment games, not specifically games in which they are in the target language in which you consume, but more games designed for edutainment. And due to the very high trend and like association of RPG stuff and whatnot in terms of Japanese, there are a couple people and a couple projects that are ongoing, and there is one that's being released at the end of March that I might try to fit in, maybe along with Duolingo Japanese kind of reintroduction. So I don't know yet. I want to see how the game does on launch and how it goes off, gets off the ground. But if I find edutainment games, I will attempt to integrate them into the schedule. And the reason why I mentioned this is Adventure, they're session-based things, but they're trying to elicit the whole, here's a box, solve the puzzle. Like it's a point and click. It's basically a point and click thing with multiple choice, right? And these games used to be fantastic, but now you can probably pick up a point and click adventure game and then do it that way. Only it wouldn't be built around the idea of getting the dialogue correct and learning from the dialogue, but more using the dialogue's nature to solve a puzzle, right? But it would be kind of cool to see what one that targets Spanish or Chinese or even Japanese for that matter would look like. But there are Japanese examples right now, largely due to maybe the hotter, trendy thing and how it's closer to the gaming thing. So we'll enter that more. Currently, one of the ongoing projects is Wakotabi, and it's on your app. It's on your phone. Not sponsored, by the way, but I did receive like a beta access to the Steam, the PC installment, which is slated for this year, 2025, depending on how much it get wishlist. But it's an ongoing project that keeps. It's a from zero type of adventure. It has a retro style, top-down retro style that's very reminiscent of like a great Game Freak's design, like Pokemon design. And So to Speak is coming out at the end of this month, which also kind of like that. It would be awesome to find something that targets Spanish. The reason why that is relevant here is the presentation and the way that Duolingo is going about it is very similar, only it's integrated into the Duolingo app. Edutainment games are wonderful. They're part of my childhood. They existed far, far beyond apps before. They used to be on CD-ROMs and stuff. Enter Carmen Sandiego, Mavis Beacon, Math Quest, that type of thing. So it would be kind of interesting if this trends back up, but there is very low demand, low interest, super low volume for any of these things. So if anyone ends up encountering something like that, it'd be pretty sweet to do a Spanish one to break up some of the input, right? So for now, I quite enjoy that Duolingo has a taste of this. It would be cool if Duolingo invested in a designer, because they're very the crew, the staff at Duolingo certainly knows did their homework and their study on how to motivate people and capture the current target audience's casual feel of engagement. So turning that adventure into a standalone thing sounds not that too different from having an app that's like a door world format and you just do all the lessons through that. That's sounds amazing. Anyways, love the adventures. It has like minimalistic sprite action, but the sprite animations are charming. A lot of aspects that nail the edutainment game, which for all intents and purposes still technically free on Duolingo, while developers are often they make them, even if they're a splash hit, the splash is really, really small. So like, for example, Shashinko was really well received, but there was a lot of pre-selection, right? So even the developer, in my opinion, shared a lot of fatigue in the process of releasing a game like that, right? Japanese games are more likely to be found than other languages, so let's demonstrate it's disproportionate to Spanish's influence, right? I would argue Spanish's influence is even more widespread. Japanese is trendy right now and maybe will continue to trend upward. However, in terms of like exposure, it's Spanish, second to English. And no edutainment game of the modern era in sight. Most of them are language learning apps, and the word gamified is often attached to them because they're viewed from a perspective of a learning thing, right? But edutainment games are farther into from the perspective of entertainment than it is for education, and that can be a wonderful bridge into other contents that inspire people to play video games in different languages. There's a thought. This is a personal pander, obviously. This is not a popular thing. I mean, language learning is not as popular. It's not as it's in this way, in this manner, is far exceeded by the entertainment industry, right? For these things. It was an interesting thought. Every time I play the adventure, it's like, oh yeah, we're still doing this target language thing. Anyways, okay. I would love to see what a big production of that looks like. It's still an indie thing. It's a very much an indie thing. Let's take a look at our words. Learning and playing video games. That's blasphemous, obviously. I'm joking. Let's see. Oh, I forgot about novio and amigo. So novio and amigo are paired. So those are the two pairs. And joven for young. So novio, ser, we already know ser. And that's it. Yeah, that's it. So we forgot the pair, amigo and novio, right? For peeps. All right. So let's get into it. Talk about college. Use gender agreements, so we should have an extra unit here, right? Somewhere here, yeah. So they added an extra unit whenever there's a second thing to do, and this is probably distinct with tables and stuff. Okay, so talk about college. Ella estudia español en la universidad. La universidad tiene 3 bibliotecas. Bibliotecas? Does a university have 3 libraries then? That's a pretty boss university. Ana, ¿la biblioteca tiene computadoras? Sí, la biblioteca tiene 2 computadoras. Only 2? A small library. Eduardo, necesitas este libro. Mi clase tiene 7 estudiantes. Okay, I guess we're counting up to 7 now. So I guess we're gonna get cuatro, 5, 6, and 7. Sorry, I was like tripping over my tongue. Este versus esta. In Spanish, the word for this changes depending on gender or noun. Oh yeah, that's right. We only use este so far. Actually, oh no. Do we only use este so far? Yeah, I think we only use este so far. So, este libro es divertido. Yo trabajo en esta biblioteca. Esta versus esta, right? Let's talk about agreement. Words describing a noun should agree or match in their gender, right? So now this is explicit part, but you would kind of already have to determine these implicitly by the time you get to this point. Un niño mexicano, right? El niño mexicano. Una niña mexicana and la niña americana. Oh, I didn't realize.
Un niño mexicano.
I didn't realize that changed between the two. Okay.
2.
Okay, so we're counting from 1 again.
Uno.
2, 1, 0.
Cero. We got cero. Okay. Oops.
0, 1, 2.
0, 1, 2.
Tengo 0 dinero.
Tengo 0 dinero. Los libros. Okay, so we're doing plurals as well. Tres.
0, 1, 2, 3.
0, 1, 2, 3. El libro. Oh, now they did a second one for the singular, right? Singular versus plural.
Yo tengo un libro.
Yo tengo un libro.
Rafael, ¿tienes mi libro?
Rafael,
¿tienes?
¿tienes mi libro? Do you have my book?
Él tiene 3 libros.
Yep.
Rafael necesita bolígrafos.
Bolígrafos. So we're doing plurals now. That's why that's highlighted. Bolígrafos.
Bolígrafos.
Necesito 2
Libros. Por favor.
Tengo 2
Dos.
bolígrafos.
Tengo
3 libros. Okay. Let's see what else we got. La biblioteca. Biblioteca.
Necesito un libro de la biblioteca.
La universidad.
Es una universidad americana. El partido no es hoy.
Okay. El partido no es hoy.
Cuatro.
4 computadoras.
4 computadoras.
¿Necesitas una computadora? Yo tengo 4.
Why do you only have 4? Oh, you must be. That's kind of a weird flex. Tienes 4 computadoras. Exactly. That's exactly what my.
Duo tiene una pregunta.
Una pregunta.
El niño tiene una pregunta.
El niño tiene una pregunta.
Necesito comprar libros.
Hay que comprar. La universidad necesita comprar 3 computadoras.
Computadoras. La universidad necesita comprar computadoras. La universidad necesita comprar computadoras. La universidad necesita comprar computadoras.
Okay.
Bruno trabaja en 2 bibliotecas.
2 bibliotecas. Sorry, I had to cough. Where's 2? Señor.
Tengo
Tengo una pregunta.
Sí.
4 bibliotecas. Okay. La universidad tiene
Tiene
3
3
bibliotecas. Not much there, actually. 5.
5 computadoras.
We got 4. About it.
Ella no aprende.
Aprende. Okay. This is learn, right? Ella no aprende. she doesn't learn? I guess. La niña aprende español en la libro. No, la escuela. She's holding a book.
Niña, escuela.
Yo aprendo español.
Yo aprendo español. Yo aprendo español. Oh, yikes. Okay. They're still gonna use Jaren.
Yo aprendo español en la universidad.
Yo aprendo en español en la universidad.
Yo aprendo español en la universidad.
Yo aprendo francés.
Francés. ¿Quieres hablar con Mónica? ¿Quieres hablar con Mónica? Ella es de Francia.
Tú no aprendes, Juan.
Tú no aprendes, Juan. Oh, that's not a question. Tú no aprendes, Juan. You don't learn, Juan.
¿Tú aprendes inglés en la universidad? ¿Tú
¿Tú aprendes inglés
inglés
en la universidad?
¿Tú aprendes inglés en la universidad?
Okay.
Eduardo, ¿qué aprendes en la universidad?
Eduardo, ¿qué aprendes en la universidad?
Usas este bolígrafo.
¿Usas este bolígrafo? ¿Usas este bolígrafo? My face is kind of contorting every time. Oh, are you using this pen?
El niño quiere aprender.
El niño quiere aprender. Excuse me. Aprender.
Yo trabajo en esta biblioteca.
Yo trabajo en esta biblioteca. Yo trabajo en esta biblioteca. Oh, library. Oh.
Ella trabaja en esta universidad.
Ella trabaja en esta universidad. Hablar. Cartera. Cero. Carne. Día. Fábrica. Dinero. Mañana.
Yo trabajo en esta biblioteca.
We're not going to talk about that. 6. 8.
Yo tengo una
7.
clase hoy.
Yo tengo una clase hoy. Sorry. 7.
6, 7, 8.
6, 7, 8.
Ella tiene 7 libros.
Ella tiene 7 libros.
No, yo no tengo preguntas.
No, yo no tengo preguntas. Any? I don't. Wait. Oh, I forgot don't.
Juan, ¿tienes más preguntas?
Juan, ¿tienes más preguntas?
¿Tienes más preguntas?
Carlos, ¿tienes más preguntas?
No, no tengo más preguntas. Gracias.
Yo tengo 2 clases mañana.
Yo tengo 2 clases mañana. Yo tengo 2 clases mañana. Yo tengo 6 clases en escuela hoy.
Escuela.
¿Y tú? ¿Tienes 2 o 3 clases?
Tienes.
Yo tengo 6 clases en la universidad.
Yo tengo 6 clases en la universidad.
María tiene 5 estudiantes.
María tiene 5 estudiantes. Estudiantes. Esta clase es muy divertida. La universidad necesita más estudiantes. La clase tiene 8 estudiantes.
Estudiantes.
Alright. And that's it. So we basically just learned how to count and pluralize things to some extent, and then use conjugation of este, and esta. And is that it?
Yo trabajo en esta biblioteca.
Okay.
Es un libro interesante.
Okay. Is it an interesting book? Yeah, I don't think we have anything else. Wow. Tienes 7 bolígrafos. ¿Tú escribes mucho?
Mucho.
Ana, la biblioteca tiene computadoras.
Uno, 2 y 3 bolígrafos. Yo quiero escribir con el bolígrafo rojo. Oh, that's a lot. Really exciting.
Escribir.
I don't know. I think the blue one's pretty cool.
4, 5, 6 y 7.
Whoops. 4, 5, 6 y 7. La clase de inglés tiene 4 estudiantes.
Yo no necesito aprender francés.
Yo no necesito aprender.
Aprender.
Oh, right, aprender. We have to remember. Aprender is the new.
Francés.
Is the new
¿La
verb.
clase tiene 8 estudiantes?
La clase tiene 8 estudiantes.
Juan tiene la clase de francés hoy.
The heck?
Juan.
Juan tiene la clase de francés hoy.
Juan tiene la clase de francés hoy.
Okay.
Yo quiero estudiar en una universidad de España. Yo quiero.
Wait.
Universidad de francés. Estudiar. Yo quiero estudiar en una universidad de España.
Oh, España.
España.
Okay.
El niño quiere aprender.
El niño aprender. No. ¿Quiero? Quiere aprender. Quiere. Yeah, not much. So aprender, learn to count.
La universidad necesita 3 bibliotecas.
La universidad necesita 3 bibliotecas.
Yo necesito 8 bolígrafos.
8.
8.
Eduardo, ¿qué aprendes en la universidad?
Eduardo, ¿qué aprendes en la universidad?
Yo aprendo español.
Yo aprendo español.
2 libros y 5 bolígrafos.
2 libros y 5 bolígrafos. 2 libros y 5 bolígrafos. Quiero 7 libros.
¿Tienes clases de español esta semana?
Sí, tengo 2 clases.
La clase.
La clase tiene 8 estudiantes.
No hablo inglés.
¿No hablo inglés? ¿Qué quieres aprender? Y quieres aprender.
Escribir.
La biblioteca necesita comprar más computadoras.
Escuela.
Escuela.
¿Tienes 2 o 3 clases?
Sara trabaja en esta biblioteca el fin de semana. El lunes y el viernes, ella aprende francés en la universidad.
Sara estudia y trabaja.
Yo tengo un 0 en inglés.
Yo tengo what?
Yo tengo un 0 en inglés.
Oh. Un 0 inglés. Wait.
Yo tengo un 0 en inglés.
The heck?
Yo tengo un 0 en inglés.
I have a 0 in English. Oh, jeez. I did not know where that was going.
Eduardo, ¿necesitas este libro? Este.
Oh, este.
Eduardo, ¿necesitas este libro?
It could have been either, honestly. La biblioteca en la escuela. Tiene 4 computadoras. Luis tiene una pregunta. Pregunta y Luz tiene 8 preguntas. A lot of questions. Okay. Alright, first story. The dance class. Baile. Clase de baile.
La clase de baile.
Baile.
Eddie entra a la clase de baile de Eliana.
Oh, interesting. Eddie is in the dance class. Eliana, huh?
Hola, chicos. ¿Quién tiene ganas de bailar?
Ganas.
Hoy vamos a aprender cosas nuevas.
Did she say cosas nuevas or?
Hoy vamos a aprender cosas nuevas.
Okay, new things.
Eddie se levanta y camina en dirección a la puerta.
Wait. Yeah, stands up, but what is he doing? He walks in the direction of the door? I'm like, did he just leave?
Hey!
And he just straight up leaves. Why did he walk in anyways? Yeah. Why did he leave? Oh, he might be in the wrong class.
¿A dónde vas?
Where are you going?
Bailar da un poco de miedo.
Dance a little. Dancing can be a little scary. Let's see.
Pero es muy divertido.
That's very fun.
Sí, pero creo que esto es un error.
Oh, yeah, there you go. And then he think he made a mistake. But I think I think that this is a mistake. Oh, interesting. I thought he thinks he made a mistake, but he thinks this is a mistake. Yeah, esto.
Sin miedo. Es fácil. Mira.
Don't worry. It's easy. Watch.
Pero...
Eddie mira a Eliana bailar.
He has the wrong class. Maybe. I'm still expecting the twist.
Eddie mira a Eliana bailar.
Okay, he watches.
Ahora baila conmigo.
Oh.
Esto es muy divertido.
Okay. All right.
¿Qué piensas ahora? ¿Esta clase es un error?
Oh, what do you think now? Yeah, what do you think now? Is this class an error? If Eddie still thinks doing her class was a mistake. I think it still is. I think the twist is Eddie walked into the wrong class.
Sí.
Wait, yes? Yeah.
¿De verdad?
¿De verdad?
Esta no
Es
mi
mi
clase.
clase.
Pero es más divertida que una clase de cocina.
It is more fun than cocina. I don't know what subject that is. Oh, cooking class. Cocina. Yeah, he was supposed to go to a cooking class. Figures. That one was more on the nose. A lot of the other stories, whew, I wasn't ready for it. Conmigo. Clase de cocina. Puerta. Puerta. Sin. Vale. Baile. Alright, let's throw that back.
La clase de baile. Eddie entra a la clase de baile de Eliana.
Hola chicos, ¿quién tiene ganas de bailar? Hoy vamos a aprender cosas nuevas.
Eddie se levanta y camina en dirección a la puerta.
¡Hey! ¿A dónde vas? Bailar da un poco de miedo, pero es muy divertido.
Sí, pero creo que esto es un error.
Sin miedo, es fácil. Mira.
Pero...
Eddie mira a Eliana bailar.
Ahora baila conmigo.
Esto es muy divertido.
¿Qué piensas ahora? ¿Esta clase es un error?
Sí.
¿De verdad?
Esta no es mi clase, pero es más divertida que una clase de cocina.
Womp womp. ¿A dónde vas? Puerta. ¿Qué? Nuevas. Conmigo. Womp womp. Just change the class, forehead. Change your class. Alright, now we're doing our special gender agreement thing. New rules. Let's go. Oh, we already had this. Okay. So, un niño, una niña, right? El hermano.
La mujer, el hombre.
La mujer, el hombre. Oh, wait. La mujer, El hombre. El hombre. La hija. Yo tengo un carro. La mujer. El hombre. El baño está aquí. What the heck is that? Una bicicleta.
Un hijo, una hija.
Un hijo. Una hija. ¿Dónde está la maleta? Un vaso. Una taza. Wow, okay. Un gato, un perro. La maleta. El teléfono. Oh, wow. What the heck is happening? Un museo. Yo tengo un gato.
El gato y la niña.
El gato y la niña. ¿Dónde está el teléfono? Yo tengo una reserva. Okay, there are 5 of these agreements. Un amigo ocupado.
Ocupado.
Una amiga ocupada.
Ocupada.
El niño es mexicano. Mi tienda favorita. Una película divertida. Es mi libro favorito.
Un abrigo rojo, una falda roja.
Un abrigo rojo, una falda roja. El hermano favorito.
Favorito.
La hermana favorita.
Favorita.
Carmen. Carmen está cansada. ¿Estás cansada? Carmen, ¿estás cansada? Él es cubano. Ella es cubana.
Ana es americana. John es americana.
What? Oh.
Ana.
Ana es americana. John es americano. Una niña cansada. La mujer está ocupada. No, él no es cubano. Mi partido favorito.
Favorito.
Mi fiesta favorita.
Favorita.
Es americano. Él está cansado. Oh, okay. Ella está cansada. Él está cansado.
Mexicano, mexicana.
Mexicano, mexicana. Mi apartamento es perfecto. Trying to continue loosening up my tongue over time. Este hijo. Esta hija. Esta película. Este niño está cansado. Esta fiesta es divertida. No necesito este libro. Yo trabajo en esta biblioteca.
Este libro, esta computadora.
Este libro, esta computadora. Yo quiero esta chaqueta y este vestido. Yo trabajo en esta escuela. esta computadora. Yo necesito este teléfono.
Este.
Esta casa es bonita. Este boleto y esta carretera.
Esta.
Yo quiero esta casa. Right. No necesito esta computadora.
Este supermercado. Esta tienda.
Este supermercado.
Tienda.
Esta tienda.
Este supermercado. Esta tienda.
Very short. Este libro es mi favorito. Okay. There are a lot of agreements in there. Yeah, they were going over all of them. Una camisa bonita, right? Esta camisa bonita. Now we're doing, I see.
El gato y la mujer.
El gato y la mujer. Now we're doing laws like la biblioteca es bonita. Yo tengo un teléfono. Yo tengo este teléfono. You know? Una niña, la niña, esta niña. I see. That's how they're going about it. Tú comes. Tú comes una ensalada.
La manzana. Esta manzana. Una manzana.
La manzana. Una manzana. Oh, wait.
La manzana. Esta manzana. Una manzana.
Changing up the order. Una manzana. La niña es mexicana. Este carro es americano. Pedro, ¿trabajas en esta oficina? Es una película divertida. Este perro está cansado. El niño necesita este bolígrafo. Un niño mexicano. Una niña mexicana.
Un carro. El carro. Este carro.
Un carro. El carro. Este carro.
Un carro. El carro. Este carro.
A lot of rolling. Esta película es divertida. Divertida. El libro. Este libro. El hombre no está cansado. Lots and lots of practice. Okay. Una niña cansada. Oh, now we're taking away this. Oh, right. I need to El niño necesita este bolígrafo. Yo quiero esta chaqueta y este vestido. Una camisa bonita. Esta camisa bonita. La mujer está ocupada. Un vaso, una taza.
Ana es americana. John es
Ana
americano.
Ana es americana.
John
John
es americano.
Americano. Americano. El hombre no está cansado. No necesito. Esta computadora.
La mujer, el hombre.
La mujer, el hombre. Do I get to legend this too? Yeah, okay. Tengo un gato. Oh, come on.
Mexicano,
You don't
mexicana.
Mexicana. Cansada. El hombre no está cansado. Divertida. Oh. Hello? Hello? Am I stuck? Uh-oh. I guess we're just gonna start over. Got stuck. Don't know what happened. Esta computadora. La cansada.
Mexicano, mexicana.
Mexicana. Ones americano. Yon es americano. Es una película. Esta biblioteca.
El gato y la niña.
El gato y la niña. Okay. Fine. Yo tengo una reserva. Hey. Off we go. Recap.
Más.
Baile. Uno.
Partido.
2, 1, 1.
Cartera. Café.
Jugo.
Bolígrafos. Tengo 0 dinero.
0,
Oh,
1, 2.
I misspelled 0. 0, 1, 2.
Yo tengo un 0 en inglés. Quiero 0.
Rafael, ¿tienes mi libro?
¿Oh?
Ella tiene 3 bolígrafos.
0, 1, 2, 3.
Yo necesito 2 bolígrafos.
Rafael necesita un libro.
Miguel quiere leer mucho. Él quiere comprar 3 libros de inglés.
Reads in English. True. Juan tiene un libro de español y 3 libros de inglés. Okay. Un libro. Necesito 2 libros. Por favor. Ella tiene 3 bolígrafos. Oh, grafos. Whoops. Él tiene 3 libros. ¿Qué? This unit was pretty mild.
3.
3.
Comprar.
Comprar.
Vivir.
Vivir. Película.
Bruno trabaja en 2 bibliotecas.
Bruno trabaja en 2 bibliotecas. Bruno. Hey, I said Bruno.
Pregunta.
Pregunta.
Cartera.
Cartera.
0.
0. Libro.
La universidad tiene 2 bibliotecas.
La universidad tiene 2 bibliotecas. 4 computadoras.
Dúo tiene una pregunta.
4 bolígrafos.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Sorry. Dúo tiene una pregunta.
La biblioteca necesita comprar más computadoras.
I typoed on pregunta.
La biblioteca necesita comprar más computadoras.
Sí,
Comprar.
4 bibliotecas.
La universidad necesita comprar computadoras. Computadoras.
La escuela tiene 3, no, una biblioteca y la universidad tiene 3 bibliotecas. La estudiante tiene una pregunta y quiere hablar con el profesor. Juan quiere estudiar en la universidad. La biblioteca necesita comprar 4 libros. El estudiante trabaja en la biblioteca. Okay. Alright.
Esta.
Trabajar.
Casa.
Fútbol.
Tú no aprendes, Juan.
No aprendes, Juan. Aprendes. Tú no aprendes, Juan.
Oficina.
Aprender.
Concierto.
¿Quién?
¿Tú aprendes francés en la universidad?
¿Tú aprendes francés en la universidad?
Tengo 5 libros. Banco. 5.
Quiero 5 bolígrafos, por favor.
5. Amanda, ¿aprendes español?
Amanda, ¿aprendes español?
Sara trabaja en esta biblioteca el fin de semana. El lunes y el viernes, ella aprende francés en la universidad.
Este estudiante es americano.
Amanda, ¿estudias en esta universidad? Esta.
Yo aprendo inglés en la universidad.
Claudia aprende inglés en la universidad y yo aprendo francés con Duolingo.
Aprendo.
Okay. Alright. Usas es ups. usas este bolígrafo.
Eduardo, ¿necesitas este libro?
No necesito aprender francés. Sí, él, él, él está aprendiendo. Oh, is that how you conjugate? Aprender, aprendiendo, aprendiendo. Ooh, I'm actually not sure. Huh, I might as well test it then. Only one way to find out. Oops. Yeah. Aprendiendo. Because it's aprender. Sí, él está aprendiendo español. He is learning Spanish as opposed to he learned Spanish. El niño quiere aprender. Okay. All right.
Este.
Libros.
Clases.
Partido.
La clase tiene 8 estudiantes.
La clase tiene 8 estudiantes. La clase.
3.
Clase.
Café.
Sábado.
6 libros y 2 bolígrafos. 6.
6. Wow, that's a long 6.
Ella.
Ella tiene 8 clases. I accidentally plural ochos.
6, 7, 8.
Mi clase tiene 7 estudiantes.
Tengo
6
clases
en la universidad.
Perdón, yo tengo 2 preguntas.
Perdón, yo tengo 2 preguntas.
María tiene 5 estudiantes. Estudiante.
No comprendo este problema. Tengo 6 preguntas. El maestro no está aquí y mañana es el examen.
RIP. El estudiante tiene un examen. Yeah. Well, soon. It's tomorrow, but RIP. No comprendo este problema. Tengo 6 preguntas. El maestro no está aquí. Y mañana es el examen, right? Like I have an exam tomorrow and I have 6 questions and I don't understand anything. I don't understand this problem.
No, yo no tengo preguntas.
No, yo no tengo preguntas.
No, yo no tengo preguntas. No, yo no tengo preguntas.
Okay, just going off script. Alright. El lunes tengo una clase de francés y 2 clases de inglés.
Clases.
El estudiante tiene 8 preguntas y necesita hablar con el profesor. Right. Quiero 7 libros. María María tiene 5 estudiantes. Ups. Ella quiere 7 bolígrafos.
Ana, la biblioteca tiene computadoras.
Eduardo. ¿Qué aprendes en la universidad?
Yo no necesito aprender francés.
Wait, why are all these... Oh, no, just kidding. La clase de inglés es divertida.
4, 5, 6 y 7.
Okay.
Es una universidad americana.
¿Es un libro interesante?
Man, that's a bit of a gymnastics.
Amanda. Estudia en esta universidad.
Sí, él está aprendiendo español. Oh, I think I misspelled aprendiendo. Amanda está aprendiendo francés en la Francia. Oh, we don't have to put the... Okay. Okay. Fine. No aprendo. Oh, no. Tú, no aprendas on... Try this. Aprendes, no aprenda. Aprendes. Ella... Let's try this in. Ella está aprendiendo español en Guatemala. I think that's still the same. Wait, I should capitalize this. Guate, is it like Guate? Yeah, Guatemala. Guatemala. Amanda está aprendiendo francés en Francia. Okay, let's do our legend exercise.
0, 1, 2.
0.
Mi clase tiene
7 estudiantes. Okay, 8. Tengo 6 clases en la universidad.
Yo aprendo español.
Yo aprendo español.
La biblioteca tiene 6 computadoras.
6. Oh, there, Daryl. It's going pretty well. I've been language learning. How have you been? What have you been up to? Necesito cuatro bolígrafos. Yo aprendo. ¿Qué aprendes en la universidad?
Aprendes.
Eduardo. Eduardo.
Necesitas.
Necesitas este libro.
Libro.
It's been a while. Nice to see you still streaming and grinding. I see. When's the last time we talked? I have no idea. When was the last time we talked? You have any idea? Has it been 2 years? La escuela tiene una biblioteca y la universidad tiene 3 bibliotecas.
3.
Eduardo, ¿quieres aprender inglés?
¿Aprender inglés? Luis tiene una pregunta y Luz tiene 8 preguntas.
Preguntas.
No comprendo este problema. Tengo 6 preguntas, el maestro no está aquí y mañana es el examen.
Tengo 5 bolígrafos. Por favor. Bolígrafos. Oh, I want. Whoops.
Sara trabaja en esta biblioteca el fin de semana. El lunes y el viernes, ella aprende francés en la universidad.
You feel like 1 year at least, but overall good. You've traveled the world a bit. Oh, I see. Where have you been? Went through a few heartbreaks. I'm sorry to hear that. Glad you probably recovered by now. Joined a CrossFit gym. How's that going? And now just going through the motions. What about you? Going through the motions after all that? I see. If you're saying you feel like it's been a year at least, then the last year we spent language learning. And the rest is history. We started with Japanese, staggered 100 days with Chinese, and then now 2025 we're a little bit 2 weeks into adding Spanish to the rotation. And we're doing some other stuff. Yep. Played a few video games in between. If it's been 2 years, then the year before we played all of Yakuza Like a Dragon series and kept up with it till this year. Up to this year. February we just finished Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. And that's what we did. Outside of that, business as usual. Keeping up with social links, working on some projects in the meantime, right? You remember seeing playing a bit, so yeah, so maybe it's at least a year ago, right? All the substantial all of last year was language learning. La biblioteca necesita comprar 4 libros.
Rafael tiene 4 clases hoy.
Rafael tiene 4 clases hoy.
Rafael tiene 4 clases hoy.
Oh, I must have typed something wrong there. You've seen Arizona, New Mexico, South Carolina, Hawaii, and Kentucky? Wow, that's really nice. In a little over a year, huh? What gave you, what was the opportunity? You just happened to go to all of them, or were you doing some world traveling? Intended world traveling. There's a bit around for works. Oh, for works and stuff. But glad to see you developing a language. That's super hard. That's okay. Developing language is okay. Very, very similar to playing video games and, you know, writing stories or streaming content and recording things for posterity. Learning, I'm agnostic to the difficulties of learning. They're in the Air Force. Just work has sent you around. Oh, Air Force. Yeah, I know someone who may still be in the Air Force, possibly. He was stationed in Japan, though. And did I mention? Yeah, my sister's in the military. Yeah, travel around. I think she's being. She has some R&R time now. She's probably world traveling, voluntarily for a bit while her while the vessel change hands or get repaired or get maintenance. That's phenomenal. World traveler. Hawaii. How was that? El Niño tiene una pregunta. She's in the Navy. That's about it. And it's not, hopefully she likes it. Well, I would imagine since it's been close to 7 years. Or, no, not 7 years. 6, 7 years. I would imagine. Oh, maybe. No, it's been probably 7 sounds about right. ¿Lees en español? Yo leo en inglés. ¿Tú comes manzanas?
Comes.
¿Ella come manzanas?
Come.
¿Come manzanas? Yo escribo. ¿Escribes?
Escribe. Vivo en Cuba.
Vivo en Cuba.
Yo no vivo en Francia.
Yo no vivo en Francia. Hawaii was great. Went with your ex, and then a month after we unfortunately broke up because... Oh, that's what you mean by ex. Okay, because you wanted a family. She didn't want to continue. Oh, I see. Nice. Just a little over 6 years. Wait. Are you just been... Wait. What are you talking about? Wow. Okay. What a coincidence. Intriguing. Comes manzanas?
No.
No comprendo. No entiendo.
Entiendo.
No entiendo la pregunta.
La pregunta.
¿Tú lees en la computadora? Tú
lees en la computadora. So what's on the agenda now? Are you like settled for a little bit, or are you moving around some more? When you're saying you're going through the ropes, the routine, right? Is it a settled routine, or is it gonna get destabilized again? CrossFit gym, huh? Thing that you're openly sharing about your ex. I hope that you're also recovering from that and looking for a brighter future. You try to make a routine unless you travel. I see. That's the whole traveling thing. Sounds really exciting. I'm when it comes to traveling, I do once a year, maybe. And once a year by traveling, I mean, we're not talking about like flying or anything. I have set a commitment to travel to a place once a year, and then anything else comes about if it involves traveling. Usually it involves like New York City or Washington DC, something like that, but not traveling around as in for the sake of traveling to places I haven't been. It might happen in the next year or two, when my mother retires. Yeah, it feels better to talk about some things even with strangers leave you vulnerable. When strangers leave you vulnerable and feel more open to conversation. You feel like it's more open to, well, I would say that that might apply to someone who, that might apply to non-extenuating circumstances, but I would say I'm a conversational minority. So whether you talk about it, I acknowledge it's more of the reverse, where if you're comfortable in talking about those things, it also means you're comfortable in the situation as well. Avoidant behavior is common between strangers. However, if one goes beyond that boundary, that means they are most certainly more comfortable if they go and do that with a stranger as well. So it's kind of nice to hear that you're able to just nonchalantly throw that out there. You definitely get that you try to fly home to California once a year to see family, but yeah. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, I read it as a double meaning. A double meaning. But generally speaking, in terms of conversational vulnerability, that is something that may be very appealing to others. I'm a little bit agnostic to it, generally speaking, because I'm usually the one that's in the position of getting someone to address specific lifestyle choices and emotional problems. Because you were learning about attachment styles of yourself. Ah, I see, and your ex, but you're just learning about these things. Ah, okay. I see. Now, I don't want to say like I've experienced this. I'm gonna say I only very tangentially experienced this firsthand. However, my conversations and relationships with other people over the years, like how available I am in terms of conversational, led me to scholastically and academically, vicariously learn about these things in order to facilitate being helpful, right? So I myself may not necessarily, there are some specific situations that might kind of be, but it's not really that same, that might have first-hand experience, but I don't typically have a first-hand experience. So most of it is like scholastic, where when I'm reading someone, right, trying to read their conversations and stuff, like how you engage in conversations about tough situations of which you have no experience. How are you able to approach and be cathartic and or welcoming or helpful or emotionally intelligent, right, to situations in which you can't possibly empathize with because you lack the experience. So often that's a very important skill to have, and it's part of my, I would say it's a part of my skill that I enjoy honing over the years. Not necessarily what most people are concerned about on the internet. Oftentimes it's already difficult enough for people on the internet to talk about themselves in a comfortable manner, right? Demonstrating to me that they have confidence and trust in their own self-awareness. Most of the time, the internet, out of convenience, removes the need to have those conversational skills. Kind of neat how trying to overcome certain things that happen in life, they do happen, right? Being able to go down a journey of self-discovery right? And then sprinkle on some academic curiosities, especially for emotional intelligence and emotional stability. You'll get them next time, right? I'm sure there's going to be far more. I'm not even sure how old you are compared to me. I'm pretty like, I'm about to approach my middle ages, and my personal experiences probably aren't that much deeper than yours. Yeah. Like first-hand experience. You see it, you definitely hone it. It's just now talk to the screen, but I see you looking at the camera and stuff, so that's nice of you to do. I also see you streaming for yourself is awesome. I'm gonna respect your grind. I'm gonna be 30 by the end of the month. Welcome to the 30 club by the end of the month. You know, feliz cumpleaños, right? If I don't get a chance to say happy birthday. 新年快乐, right? 新年快乐. Omedetou, right? Yeah, we're Sunny, 你祝你Holy Sunny. El hombre, let's see, el hombre habla agua. Okay. Oh no, habla. Bebe agua. You don't happen to be interested in picking up another language or so, do you? Sorry, I don't know anymore. You're Chinese, so you knew that one, and then Spanish you heard, but okay, say, I see. Oh, no, but those are classic phrases, right? You gotta know how to, yeah, Sandra, oh, you're Chinese. Oh, interesting. In the Air Force. Diaspora, second generation. Did we have this conversation before? ABC? East Coast or West Coast? East Coast or West Coast? There's a right answer. So help me, there's a right answer. I'm kidding, obviously. West Coast, Best Coast, but station in East Coast? Oh, get out of here. East Coast, Beast Coast. How's that for Gen Z lingo? Sorry. How's that for Gen Z lingo? What'd you call it? Oh, so ABC. 你说什么？你说的你听你可以听中文。我说中文很差。Very, very weak. Oh, Cantonese. Okay, Cantonese. Nah, we're not gonna go. I can listen to Cantonese, but there's no way I'm gonna be able to reproduce it. It's, you know, ABC stuff. I just started reading, learning to read Mandarin, right? Because I'm illiterate in Mandarin, so I only know how to listen to Mandarin. So I listen to Mandarin and Cantonese. But 你有买你的父母哪里see 哪人呢？哪国人？ Like what is your parents from if you're an ABC? 你係擺中共護照話嘛？ Ngoại mami gọi bà thì hữu chiếu nói. That's why I was speaking in Fujianese for a moment there. Like Sonic is 生日. Like 誕生日です. 誕生日です. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Cantonese, huh? So we just straight up Hong Kong? It's nice to hear because your tone sounds like your parents back then, and I'm not sure, to be honest. You've always asked them, but you know they both from small town in China. And I know Hong Kong would be Cantonese. So I think there is a chance... Yeah. There is a chance that your parents came out of Hong Kong and acquired that Cantonese. Because a lot of southern accents, like my southern accent, is inherited from my parents, and my parents are from a small town, or really small town outside of like Fuzhou, so the Fujian province, and lots of the Americans from the west coast, the east coast. The east coast is from Fujian, from Fuzhou, so we mostly speak Fujianese at home. And then west coast, it could be like Shanghai, and Shanghai tends to be pretty big though. That's a big city. You're saying small town. Interesting. Yeah, the accent that I have is southern, like south-ish, largely because I speak Fujianese at home. Yeah, 胡椒話be, I guess, 北人, right? 北人, the northerners, a little bit different. We don't have like R's and stuff. Sorry, maybe small village, but mainly because you're in South Carolina and you hardly ever hear like even Cantonese. Oh yeah, if you're mainly on the East Coast tends to be widely more spread for southern accents or southern Chinese accents, which does make it a little bit rough sometimes when I'm like listening to voice things, because I think voice samples tend to be northern, which is kind of funny to say. In Cantonese, the only thing I really know most of the time is 你講乜嘢, you know, or I hear me out. There's this fun little it was a clip. I knew one of them was Fujianese just based on their accent, but someone's like, oh yeah, you know, like that dish, 雷蒙雞, you know, 雷蒙雞, 雷蒙雞, the dish, the lemon chicken, 雷蒙雞, and then that there was these 4 Chinese people, yeah, lemon chicken. There was these 4 Chinese groups in the, like 4 Chinese guys in the clip. And they're like, what the heck is a 雷蒙雞? Like, where did that accent come from? It's like, dude, come on, that's Cantonese. What the heck? Like, whoever enunciates like that. But the funny thing is, the person who enunciate 雷蒙雞 is not, like, they're not Cantonese. So, but the thing is, they had a southern accent. So it lend into like, oh yeah, that just sounds like lemon chicken. Like, they were making fun of phonetics, you know, like phonetical Chinese. So like what's a good one? Like 意大利, right? 加拿大, 西班牙, right? And then there's like 雷蒙, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's chicken. And the only reason I know is lemon chicken is because my parents operate a restaurant for like the first 18 years of my life. So 雷蒙 is definitely something. As opposed to, I don't even know the Mandarin word for 雷蒙. What the heck is lemon in Mandarin? In standard 普通话, 柠檬. Oh, I mean, it's kind of like lemon. It's a sound alike too, 柠檬. Or is there anything else? Oh, there's others. Yeah. Yeah. There are a lot of others. when I heard that, I just laughed. I just burst out laughing like Lei Mung Gai. It's like, what the heck is that accent? Like, yeah, that's a Cantonese accent. You went to a massage parlor this Sunday and the lady asked me if I was Korean. I get that a lot. I totally get that a lot. In a bit, you told her you're Chinese, and she's like, oh, OMG, you understand what we said? And I told her, no, sorry, I'm Cantonese, but I know you guys speaking Mandarin, so all good. And she looked at me. For me, regardless if you're Cantonese or Mandarin, I would sit there in like a table, right? You go to lots of weddings, and everyone, my parents would do the thing where like, oh, don't worry, he doesn't speak Mandarin or Cantonese, and that's kind of true. It's kind of true. Like, I can't disagree with that. Like, yeah, I don't speak Mandarin or Cantonese, but that doesn't mean I don't know what they're saying. Because most of the time what happens in ABC is you're around your parents and everyone else, and they always speak Cantonese or Mandarin, and you get to the point where like, yeah, I don't want to talk, but I'll reply to you in English. And that's kind of my life until a year ago. And now I'm like strapping down,学习努力学习中文, right? Yeah, the Chinglish. Not even combining Chinglish. Like I don't even say like 我说 English. 现在我可以说 Chinese right now or something like that. I don't even combine them. I just say, oh, that's okay. I'm having a good time. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? And the problem really is that if I say it in English, there's a chance they might not be able to reply back. So then I have to negotiate, right? Not anymore though. Not anymore. If I really try. The nice thing about, I feel like the nice thing about Chinese or Mandarin or Cantonese is the answer is in there somewhere already. So you just have to mimic it. Right? So most of my life, it's not really about being unable to produce the sound. It's more about I need an example and then I'll copy it. And then when I copy it, it'll be fine. Like, 如果我听的中文 like 听的中文 我不要很不多难 no 不好 how do you say not very hard 不太难 right 不太难说中文 right 不太难说中文 but I would need to prime my ears most of the time back in the day, and then now I'm trying to prime myself to say things as opposed to needing a primer. So if I sit around and having meals with my family, I've heard enough Mandarin that I would reply back in Mandarin, but it would still be like a little bit of a practice, like warming up situation. You definitely do that when you're with your mom back then when they speak in Chinese, you're just speaking English. Yeah, the ABC experience, the beautiful ABC experience.你去过我的 school, right? School nearby school 嘅一樓 school, building. that kind of thing where you're combining like the three or four things like what like 我只總共只J 意思咯 J 這是什麼意思 right? 你只講我買個總共一元 avocado 中文啊 right? You know, español. I mean, 一元西班牙 nine. So you get like a mixture of what might sound like Mandarin and what might sound like Fujianese, and then a bunch of English in between. And sure enough, my parents understand what I'm saying because they're used to hearing the mix of stuff. Because in Fujianese, a bunch of words got adopted, like easy and busy. Easy and busy are adopted words. So 你 busy ma, you probably can guess what that means. 你 busy ma. What would they say in Mandarin? 你是忙不忙? Yeah, 你是忙不忙? Like, are you busy? Anyways, that's cool. I didn't realize that that you were an ABC. That's cool. We have so many things to talk about. Which by default it also makes, or not really by default, but my sister is Navy. So ABC in the Navy. Wow, you're a world traveler. Second West Coast is best coast. I ought to shun you for that. Did you pick up any like you feel like it's because you haven't talked? You used to lurk to watch. I see. Did you pick up any other languages? Like, did you pick up Spanish while you're in like the Air Force? I'm sure like the Air Force is quite eclectic, and you probably like started hearing enough Spanish to pick up Spanish here and there. Oh, actually, I might take that back. There might be a like a must speak English situation going on because military or government facilities. So I take that back actually, now that I consider it. Because if you go to government buildings and whatnot, they're for transparency and like decorum sake, probably strictly English speaking. No, you wish you put in no, I wish I put in my New Year's resolution, either learn a language or instrument. You haven't learned an instrument? Wow, you're losing your Asian card very, very quickly. Okay. You're like definitely on the lower end, missing out on an auxiliary language and an auxiliary instrument. Yikes. And seeing you do this live is sort of motivational. Well, I hope you find some pleasure. Obviously, I hope you find some pleasure in doing this stuff. Yo, chill. I'm technically the black sheep in the family. I am too, but not for the reasons, not for the stereotypes. I'm all the stereotypes. Yeah, I'm all the stereotypes, with the exception of pursuance of academics. I'm not a medical doctor. And you're a black sheep already by default because you're in the Air Force. Congratulations. I'm obviously saying this in the most heartwarming way. It's very brave and fantastic that you're able to find a pursuit for your life that you enjoy. Hopefully, that you're enjoying currently. Yeah, but that's not a medical doctor. I didn't get a medical degree. You know? Can't be picking and prying. In fact, my parents today still think that whatever I do was medically inclined. Like, it's very hard to tell my parents that there are people in the world who likes to learn things and discover things for the sake of learning and discovering things, but not for the sake of pragmatic uses. You know, Chinese, right? Chinese philosophy, very philosophically pragmatic. So, being a academic scientist or was pursuing in not career in academia, it's very, very difficult to explain. Like, why are you doing this? And I'm like, well, because it's interesting, not because it will change the world, perhaps, right? That kind of thing. Interesting. Although, hear me out. I think if this was a competition, which we're gonna make it into a funny competition now, I have 2 instruments, so you got to get on the train. You got to elevate your ABC card here. You got to punch some of those cards. Oh, which by the way, since you're in the Air Force, martial arts? You got to at least tick the martial arts, right? Some form of self-defense. Come on, turtle. I did taekwondo, but sorry, I had to cough. I had taekwondo. You don't know about that? I'm sure kung fu is in your blood. It has to be awakened. You gotta CrossFit was blended in with your CrossFit. Oh, the disciplinary taekwondo, like what you call it, traditional taekwondo, like form taekwondo, is fantastic. It kind of reminds me very much like tai chi for, you know, as stereotypical as they may sound, for like mobility, just quality of life things to relax and stuff. Heck, I would even qualify yoga. If you do extreme yoga, hats off to you. You get that punch to awaken your kung fu status. There's got to be some sort of kickboxing in your CrossFit program. Come on, in CrossFit gym, there's got to be a kickboxing program. Like, what I mean is boxercise program. I think that's qualifies too. You gotta boxercise yourself. You know, put in some pumps, some burpees, some handstands. You gotta throw in some in CrossFit. Thanks. I always thought about that, so you might look into it as well. But also, you've gotten guns. You've gotten guns now, since East Coast is more lenient than California. You know? Oh, nice. Obviously, jokes aside, it's the things that you share. There's quite a lot of opportunities you can like encourage people or encourage each other to seek things. Taekwondo is what you are looking into now, thanks, because I do want self-defense. Yep, I think Taekwondo is very it can get you above average, right, in terms of forms of self-defense. And self-defense Taekwondo is not necessarily what you see online and whatnot, but it certainly will be very, very when you do it, or like get a chance for the instructor, it does produce a lot of competence in self-defense situations, like disarming someone and whatnot. It's not like the stuff you see like Olympic Taekwondo or something. It's about disarming, leaving, breaking your falls, you know, getting out of locks and whatnot. And then you do some kicking, obviously, kicking and whatnot. But there's also the quality of life of mobility. I enjoyed doing forms. It's kind of like watching your Beam Kung Fu movie where they like do their traditional forms and they're all in line and next to each other, and you know, you're getting that mind-body awareness. There's something fantastic about CrossFit is similar in that nature in a way, which combines a bit of calisthenics with weights, right? But when you do these things, you get such a wonderful mind-body connection that it gives you confidence. So, you know, it feels like your body doesn't feel like you're always detached from your body. You know, you wake up in the morning and you kind of stumble. That kind of just makes you feel like you're losing control of your body. But when you're doing something that bounces around, flexes, not necessarily hitting stress, like contact sports related. Taekwondo isn't necessarily always a contact sport. It gives you that confidence. and you know how to use your guns. I mean, like these guns, you know, the bicep guns. Hopefully, that's what you were referring to. Or maybe you're literally referring to gun license, because you did say East Coast, more lenient, both figuratively and literally, I suppose. Facts. You joined this CrossFit gym because of your most recent ex. We broke up in January. Oh, okay. Okay. Actual gun license. Yep. Sounds about right. Sorry, excuse me. I bet you're pretty competent, Air Force. Come on. Most recent ex broke but still joined together at the end of January, and that's rough, but you feel like CrossFit is nice. Definitely nice. I hope you are, you know, understand the ups and downs and the pros and cons of CrossFit gyms and make it a wonderful part of your routine. I no longer do Taekwondo. Like Taekwondo was for a while ago. Now I run, do some sparing calisthenics. Every once in a while I do like mobility training and flexibility training and keep myself nimble because I'm going into my 40s. You increase activity to help in your late years, as opposed to decreasing activity, which I feel lots of people find an excuse to decrease activity instead. Right? Sorry, needed to cough. Can you tell me my thoughts? My thoughts on the pros and cons? You just like it because you feel like your body hasn't hurt and it helps with so much movement? It does. But man, you didn't expect to be up this late hearing your stories? Oh, yeah. What time is it for you? Oh, what time is it for me? Oh, hopefully you're not losing too much. My thoughts, pros and cons? I think, oh, we're in the same time. Nice. Okay. Hopefully you don't have too much of an early day tomorrow. It is in the middle of the week. I imagine you have something to do. The pros and cons. There are lots of pros to remaining active in general. If you are, you know, like I'm gonna make some safe statements because these aren't professional advice or anything, you know, just my thoughts. The pro is, period, you move around. Now the con, oh, okay, I'm gonna be a little bit of a jerk here. The pro and the con is the same thing. So, pro, you move around a lot. A lot. Now, the con is that if there's any form of large community that has withstand the test of time, CrossFit is the newest, right? Relatively speaking, CrossFit is technically the newest and trendiest of them. Now, the con about something that is new and trendy is that your mileage may vary, right? Much like a lot of new things. So going to a traditional weightlifting, like a weightlifting or bodybuilding gym, or going to a calisthenic gym, those have longer periods of maturation. So the consistency and information across the board has become more consistent. In a CrossFit, in my opinion, my thoughts is that make sure that you understand your body, your rest periods, and how far you're willing to push yourself, because CrossFit is still fairly, I would say, arguably fairly new, and it includes tons of experimental movement. It's the trendy thing to do, right? So some of those movements may lead to injury or unforeseen extraneous push, but provided that you're an adult that has a lot of mind-body awareness and exercise proper like routines and health for recovery, I think most of the cons are largely involved in that con situation where this is an experimental movement. So understanding where the combination of those experimental movements involve you can decompose them and do skill work to do them. I don't weight lift, so I'm not like a traditional weight lifter. But traditional weights are the pros of traditional weights is that they're incredibly well isolated movements. So when it comes to potential of injury, it's really low outside of like strain injuries. And then calisthenics involves the movements, the compound movements. So there's an increased mobility variable that can create weaknesses. Compound movements involve separate places, and it's only as strong as your weakest points. So you could feel like you could lift your body in a certain way, but there's a weak point, and then you pull that weak point instead. CrossFit combines the high movement and mobility requirements with the weight training, right? So CrossFit does one better, or attempts to combine the calisthenic compound movements oftentimes with the weightlifting. So the cons of weightlifting compounds with the cons of calisthenics. And when you're doing multiple compound movements on weight-bearing situations, the idea is hopefully the people there and other people exercise the due diligence regarding restraint and stuff, because of all the disciplines and like the strict disciplines of stuff for the gym period, CrossFit is still normalizing. It's far more experimental than calisthenics and traditional weightlifting ones. Traditional weightlifting easily is one of the oldest. And I mean, you're in the Air Force. You probably have done all the traditional calisthenic movements for Air Force, right? Your push-ups, pull-ups, dips, all the traditional things are calisthenic bound. And then you add weights to it, then you get closer to CrossFit. But it's usually more traditional weight-bearing things with traditional calisthenic stuff. CrossFit tries to up that ante by combining like multiple calisthenic movements while holding on to weights, and that's something that not a lot of people risk assessments. You can understand what you mean, because they told me someone died at the CrossFit games, and I'm like, what? That's very unfortunate. Yeah, that was an unfortunate occurrence. But yeah, CrossFit, you've been injured twice now. I hope they were not permanent, right? Risk. It's risk. Yeah, wrist injuries. So most joint injuries. So calisthenics, in my opinion, that's where I mean by calisthenics. Compound movements, most of calisthenics focus on using, at least normalizing your body first on all your joints. So the first routine is your routine for your wrists. Then your then your knees, elbows, and then shoulder. Actually, shoulder is probably second. But for the most part, putting weight on your load when you're still not normalizing joint movements, often that's where CrossFit has the most prone to injury, at least from my perspective. Not that CrossFit is bad, right? I want to dispel some misconceptions. The idea is it's new as well. So lots of the movements are incredibly experimental. So when you're recovering and you have joint pain and stuff, often defaulting to something like weightlifting, traditional weightlifting, and defaulting to calisthenics helps with mobility. Mobility, range of motion, those are your basic foundations. I almost feel like to CrossFit, right? To CrossFit, one might be, not professional advice, might be encouraged to have a foundation in weightlifting and calisthenics so that you get all the compound movements. Weightlifting doesn't involve most of the compound movements in calisthenics. And then, but weightlifting gets you normalized to bearing your weight, like knowing how strong your joints are from the weightlifting and the really precise movements. And then calisthenics do the compound movements that combine the precise thing. But, you know, calisthenics, you can put weight on, then like put a weight vest or something. But CrossFit starts there, right? They start right away where you're doing incremental weight progressions with overload with compounded movements. And my first thought is someone's probably gonna injure their wrist is one of the weakest, and then shoulder, and then it will be your knee, and then probably your elbow, possibly your ankles, one of your ankles, and your groin, probably your groin. for a man, I would say those are the, probably in that order, are the tendencies of what would happen when you do not have foundational calisthenic movements, and then you decide to do the movements and then continue putting weight on, because there's going to be a weak point, and the weakest points are probably your joints, not your mass, your big mass muscles like your biceps, your triceps, your quads, and your calves. Those are probably okay. Maybe not calves, because people don't like leg day. I enjoy leg day. I'm a runner, but yeah. That's probably what my thoughts are on CrossFit. Be careful is what I'm saying. Just be careful. Have someone or have yourself be mindful of your rest periods. I get what you mean. You have to go lighter. They just go lighter and be safer, and it's cool to me. You have no ego. Yeah, ego training. Ego training is a dangerous thing. I don't think it's worth a lifetime of rehab and physical therapy for ego training of any sort. And doing these and like it from your coaches, I see. Yeah, both your wrist and shoulder pain, or just hurting, but yeah, it's not bad. It's just not working those joints out as well. Yeah, so you got plenty of time to do other things. No cap, you nailed it. Your wrist and shoulders, then knee, that has gotten hurt. Oh boy. It's obviously humans haven't evolved that far apart where you have lots of humans that suddenly have bulletproof wrists, shoulders, and knees from stuff. So it wouldn't be a surprise that while programs for physical activity changes over time, they change far more rapidly than the biological makeup of, humans. So hopefully you find a balance, like how to get your wrists and your shoulder and your knees some more support. Oftentimes performing the movements, right? It's the irony. This is like the one least expected thing that I feel most people would find counterintuitive. In order to make your wrist and shoulder and knee to be a lot more able to handle those movements, is to progressively overload them slowly as possible. So not only do you do more of those movements, you have to do slightly more each time until you can't do any more, right? So for example, in calisthenics, if you're constantly doing squats, your squats you're not gonna get any stronger than your highest squat. So you increase the squat difficulty, the movement gets more difficult, right? Wrist is the same. The weight bearing, because you're using weights, right? Your wrist has to take on more and more weight, but you also have to slowly take on more and more weight on your wrist. And when you get injured, you're not doing any of that. So then you go back, it declines, and then you have to recover that weight again. So the more likely you're going back. And in my opinion, when it comes to weightlifting or things involved weight, when you get injured, it's more like a 3-step back and a 1-step forward for a lot of people, where they do 3 steps back because the injury period takes that long, and then there's always that cautious overcompensation of, oh no, I can't push myself too hard anymore. But it's not necessarily pushing yourself too hard, like the extent to get back to it. It's more like how you gradually, safely get to that again. It takes double, and it takes time to get back there. So all the time you lose can feel like 3 steps back and 2 steps forward, and then 3 steps back if you keep injuring yourself. I think that's probably one of the most conservative ways to talk about what has ailed a little bit of CrossFit. It's really extreme. Like my first thought when I'm thinking about pull-ups, like I haven't done pull-ups. If I haven't done pull-ups for like 3 or 4 months, right? I'm like, oh yeah, I get back really easily. You do the first couple, it's like, oh, it's so light. Let's just stack on 50-pound weights and then do weighted pull-ups, right? Immediately in like 3 days, I expect my shoulders like to give up or something, as opposed to like normalizing it. Anyways, it's a little fun digression about physical things. I'm that weird guy. If you see me in a gym, like if you go to a university or something and you see me in a gym, I'm the weird guy on the side, like doing handstands against the wall as warm-ups. Like I might occasionally pick up a weight, but generally not before I can perform all the movements before the weight goes on. Oh yeah, it's because you can't handstand in the middle of the gym or floor. There's a chance you might knock something over or knock someone over. I like to do my handstands, out of sight, or like out on the side, because it looks weird. Like people don't go to a gym to do calisthenics. I usually just go to a gym because I don't like finding pull-up bars. Like I don't want to be this is more of a funny situation. It's hard to find things to pull up on in the middle of a city that wouldn't attract a lot of attention. Like I'm not like a fitness influencer or something, like, oh, let's go, oh, there's a ledge over there, let's just do some pull-ups on the ledge, meanwhile like several people walk under you or something, going to a door, like going through the door or something. Yeah, so I typically go to the gym because there are pull-up bars or bars of some nature somewhere. I feel like there should be a joke being made here. In my mind, a way I would troll is to pick up the weight plates and use them as elevated ground to do calf stretches or something. That guy, the guy where the weight probably is less valuable to me than the space to do it. I'm a little biased. I don't lift weights very often. I don't think I've ever been into a CrossFit gym though. Like legitimately go to a gym where the principal thing is CrossFit. Usually gyms are places of cardio related things, like treadmills, climbers, jungle gyms, and tracks, indoor tracks, stuff like that. Lots and lots of stretching area, a mirror, like a studio with a mirror, so you can do like skill training for handstands and like posture and balancing stuff. Yeah. You gotta get up in 5 hours? Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I'll let you. Oh no, we can yap in the future for sure. So ABC, I would love to hear what you're doing for CrossFit, or what your plans are for CrossFit. I like hearing people's be interested, right? If there's anyone interested, I'm certainly interested in what you're doing. I think talking much like what you said earlier. So we're gonna hang it up here, but talking about it makes it feel like it's important. And I think talking about it also gives clarity. So, much like your voluntary share regarding your ex. Yeah, you're welcome. And thanks for the company for this evening. Good luck with everything. Until next time. And sleep well. Oyasumi nasai. I was gonna say, 下次再聊吧, right? No, I'll catch you later. Yeah, you know where to find me. Yeah, I'll see you sooner. If not, yeah, sometime within the next year. All right. Vamos. Where are we? Escribes. No, thanks. Good night. Yeah, sleep well.
Good night, Daigo.
Again, happy birthday. If we don't talk to each other until then, happy birthday. Congrats on 30 years of age. Here's to the next 10 years. Ganbei? I don't have a Ganbei. Okay. ¿Escribes en español? Okay. Escribes. Oh, drinking. Bebes. La mujer bebe agua. Bebo leche. Do they want? Nah. Okay. Estamos haciendo. Hey, see? They have gerund phrases in this. What the heck? Estamos haciendo la tarea de francés. Francés. I didn't get tarea yet for homework. Es muy difícil. No entendemos muchas palabras. What the heck? They suddenly decided there's an example for like multi and gerunding. No entendemos. I don't understand a lot of the words, or I don't know a lot of words.
Entendemos.
Yeah. Or we don't understand a lot of words. We didn't get we yet either. Yeah. Palabras. Word. And then tarea. All less. And then it's just suddenly another interrogator we don't have. Jeez. ¿Cuál es el problema de ellos? They just... Wait. Oh, that's interesting. We actually have to answer the question. They don't... Am I supposed to, like, answer from their perspective, or... I guess I'm gonna say no entiende. No entienden muchas palabras. Does that work? Whoa. If this is coming like later down the road, this is cool. Open-ended questions. Like, you could say other things, but I just took
Entendemos.
this and conjugated. But you could say la tarea de francés es muy difícil, right? Or something like the French homework was hard, and it would still answer the question, ¿Cuál es el problema de ellos? What the heck? Why did it suddenly just get all crazy? And that was a personalized practice? What is going on?
Señora Sánchez, ¿cómo está usted?
Señora Sánchez, ¿cómo está usted? And now we're back
La
to
carne.
basics.
Una taza de café, por favor.
Una taza de café, por favor. Una taza de café, por favor. Por favor.
¿Carne o pescado?
Carne o pescado.
Una hamburguesa de carne, por favor. Con queso.
It's just con queso at the end.
Una taza de café.
Okay.
Señora Sánchez, ¿cómo está usted?
¿Cómo está?
Está. Estás. Está.
Agreement. Conjugation agreement.
tres.
That last question was pretty advanced. Like, what I mean is advanced from the current unit, right? Perdón. ¿Eh? Perdón, señor. Perdón, señor. ¿Eres preocupado? No, reo. Ocupado? Does this work? Disculpe. I feel like perdón. Oh, está usted. Oh, and they didn't want it. I feel like you could get away with perdón.
Uno o dos.
Fine. Fine.
Un jugo de naranja.
Un jugo de naranja.
¿Un jugo de naranja?
Oh my gosh, that question.
Una taza de café con azúcar. Sin leche, por favor.
Okay. Alright, fine. Disculpe, señor. ¿Está usted? Oh, ¿está usted ocupado? Oh, I double typed in. My bad. Okay.
La señora Sánchez es mexicana.
La señora Sánchez es mexicana.
Una taza de café. Hasta mañana, señora Rivera.
Hasta mañana. Hasta mañana, what? I'm gonna guess. Señora Pérez.
Hasta mañana, señora Rivera.
Ah, heckin' Rivera. Wait. Rivera.
Una taza de café.
Buenas tardes. ¿Cómo está usted?
Okay. Buenas tardes. ¿Cómo está usted? Una taza de café. Por favor. ¿Cómo está usted, señor?
¿Cómo está usted, señora Pérez? Está.
Un
Excuse me.
sándwich de queso.
Un sándwich de queso. Okay.
La carne.
La carne. Actually, I'm kind of curious. La sándwich de queso. What's a grilled cheese in Spanish? Grilled cheese. Then, wait. Queso asado. Oh, that makes so much sense. Queso asado. I'm like, a sandwich with cheese. Is that like a grilled cheese? No. Yeah, queso asado makes sense. Grilled cheese. Ella come una manzana.
Manzana.
Yo bebo un jugo de naranja.
Jugo.
Okay.
Un jugo de naranja.
Con queso.
Con queso. La carne.
¿Un jugo de naranja?
Un jugo de naranja? Alright, that must have been an outlier or something. That last prompt was crazy. It was fun though. I can't wait. I can't wait to get to there.
Una hamburguesa, por favor.
Una hamburguesa. Por favor.
José, tú estás cansado.
You are tired? Wait. Why are you telling the person they're tired? I can kind of see. I can kind of see situations where you would say that. Quiero pagar.
Carolina, tú estás cansada.
Yeah, like that. Tú estás cansada. As in like, oh, you're tired right now. You should rest, right? I don't think I need el here. Señor Albert. I don't. It makes me. I so want to put an O. Alberto, as opposed to Albert. How are you? ¿Cómo estás? No. ¿Cómo está usted? ¿Cómo está usted? La señora Sánchez es mexicana.
Mexicana.
Buenas tardes. We're gonna go with ¿Cómo está usted? No. No estoy bien.
Es bien. Estoy.
Wait. Yeah. Hasta luego, señorita Rivera. Ooh, exclamation mark. Wait.
¿Cómo?
¿Cómo llama usted? ¿Cómo se llama usted?
Usted.
Mr. C. Okay. Un vaso. Sí. Estoy muy ocupado. Hola. This is a casual. Let's do ¿Cómo te llamas? Hola. Buenas tardes. Adiós, señorita Pérez. Juan. My man, Juan. ¿Estás ocupado? Una mesa para dos personas. Okay. Oh, we passed midnight. Okay. All right, our podcast. 0 books. Okay. Lucy. I feel like this is a Lucy. There we go.
Welcome back to Lucy is Listening, where I uncover hidden messages in everyday conversations. Before we listen in, here are some words you should know.
Arquitectura.
Arquitectura is
0. Biblioteca.
Biblioteca. Demo. I'm just kidding. Pero.
I'm your host, Lucy, and today we're listening to a strange back and forth at the library.
Disculpe, una pregunta. ¿Tiene libros de computadoras? ¿Tiene libros de computadoras?
Esta biblioteca tiene 2 libros de computadoras.
¿2? ¿No tiene más?
No, pero la biblioteca tiene libros de español. ¿Necesitas un libro de español?
No, gracias. Yo aprendo francés. ¿La biblioteca tiene libros de francés?
No.
¿Y libros de arquitectura?
0.
Ah, la biblioteca necesita comprar más libros.
They practically have no books at all. Okay.
2 computer books, but 0 on architecture? Definitely not your everyday library. Could this be a secret numeric code for an upcoming operation?
0 French books
I'll
too.
get to the bottom of this.
That's fine.
Remember, I'm always listening.
Oh, the animation. The lack of animation. The TLC. It's not true on the mobile side of things, but let's...
La universidad no tiene computadoras.
La universidad no tiene computadoras.
1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 4. La estudiante tiene una pregunta y quiero hablar con el profesor. Bruno, what are you doing? Nobody talks about Bruno, by the way. Bruno trabaja en 2 bibliotecas. Tengo 2 bolígrafos. Ella dice, estudia español en la universidad. Juan tiene un libro de español y 3 libros de inglés. La biblioteca necesitas Nito. Wait. Oh. Don't get my English confused with my Spanish. Necesita comprar cuatro libros. Ooh, my tongue is getting a little bit more looser over the last 2 weeks. Mi hermano tiene una computadoras y yo tengo dos computadoras.
Dos.
Oh, whoops. I clicked on wrong order and I read the wrong order. Tengo cero. Tengo cero. ¿En inglés?
Inglés.
Un cero. Oh, yeah, un cero. Yo tengo dos libros de inglés y un libro de francés. La biblioteca necesita comprar más computadoras. Sofía tiene dos bolígrafos. Hans tiene un bolígrafo.
Bolígrafo.
Señor, yo tengo una pregunta.
Señor. What?
Señor, yo tengo una pregunta.
Oh. Yo tengo una pregunta. La escuela tiene una biblioteca y la universidad tiene 3 bibliotecas.
3.
And then 2.
Una.
Almost there.
Tengo 5 libros.
Tengo 5 libros.
Este libro es divertido.
Este libro es muy divertido. Is that what you said? Oh, no muy. Oh, I thought you said
Juan
very
tiene 8 libros.
I wasn't listening. Is it Juan? Juan tiene 5 libros. No, it's not 5. Oh, 8. I wasn't paying attention. La niña quiere aprender español.
6 bolígrafos y 7 libros.
6 bolígrafo y 7 libros. Okay. No necesito esta computadora. La clase tienes 8 estudiantes. Oh, tiene. Whoops.
Yo necesito 6 libros, por favor.
Yo necesito 6 libros. Por favor. Hey, no way.
Yo necesito 6 libros, por favor.
6. No necesito aprender francés.
María tiene 5 estudiantes.
Ups. María tiene 5 estudiantes. Y estoy aprendiendo francés.
Amanda. Aprende. En Francia.
Estás aprendiendo francés. Francés en la universidad.
Perdón, yo tengo 2 preguntas.
Yo tengo 2 preguntas. Ella tiene 8 clases.
Este libro es divertido.
Right. Tiene 8 estudiantes. Okay.
Dos, uno, cero.
2, 1, 0. Oh, it's going down. 1, 0. Oh, come on. 2, 1, 0. There's a bug. 1, 0. Jeez.
La biblioteca tiene 6 computadoras.
La biblioteca tiene 6 computadoras. Okay. Uno trabaja en dos bibliotecas.
Eduardo, ¿necesitas este libro?
Necesita... What? ¿Este libro? Oh, it's a question. Oh, you're asking if they... Oh, okay. Not paying attention. I was trying to get it without listening. La biblioteca tiene 8 computadoras.
Mi clase tiene 7 estudiantes.
Though.
Mi clase tiene 7 estudiantes.
Oh.
Eduardo, ¿necesitas este libro?
Eduardo. Wait. Eduardo. Why does that look weird? I swear I'm writing his name incorrectly. Oh, it's fine. Say necesitas. ¿Necesitas este libro? Did I misspell his name? Eduardo. No. Okay. Quiero 5 bolígrafos, por favor. Bolígrafos, por favor. La universidad. Es mi favorita. Oh, this. Whoops. Good call. No aprende. Okay. La clase de English es divertida. Okay. La universidad necesito comprar computadoras. Oh, why did how did I make that
Usas
typo?
este bolígrafo.
I wasn't paying attention.
Usas este bolígrafo.
¿Usas este bolígrafo?
Usas este bolígrafo.
Oh, it's a question. Okay. Clases hoy. Eduardo. ¿Quieres? Oops. ¿Quieres aprender inglés? Rip. No aprendo. No estoy aprendiendo español. Esta universidad es mi favorita. Ups. La universidad necesita comprar computadoras. Alright, and our trophy. So not much today as well.
Ella tiene 2 clases. El
martes.
¿La universidad tiene 3 bibliotecas?
Sí, ella tiene 3 preguntas.
I keep missing.
4, 5, 6 y 7.
Where the heck's my 4,
5, 6 y 7.
¿Quieres aprender?
La universidad no tiene computadoras.
Oh, whoops. I meant to write las. Oh, wait. I guess I don't even need las, huh?
Sí, él aprende español. Sí, él aprende español.
Okay.
Es un libro interesante.
Okay. Okay.
La de
la clase de
inglés
inglés
es
es divertida.
divertida.
Okay. Rafael tiene dos piromes. Ana. Ana. La biblioteca tiene. I wonder. Peces. Oh, it's just pece. Oh, it's
La
plural
universidad
even.
no tiene computadoras.
It's plural and singular. Interesting.
La universidad no tiene computadoras.
Okay. Well, we got to a little after midnight, but we got 2 digressions in. Pretty excellent practice. I haven't talked about fitness in a while this evening. Got a chance to talk about fitness a little bit. And like it. Earlier today, I got to do my spiel with about efficacy of language learning at the interface of human motivation and critical thinking. Right. All right, 19. Really? There are 19. So we have the cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, and ocho. And estudiantes count. Oh, the plural versions of everything. Preguntas count. Okay, clases. So all the plural versions. Cinco, aprendes. Aprender. Yeah, and aprendo. Está en the este. Bibliotecas and biblioteca. Bolígrafos. Okay, libros. Okay, that's why there's more. So really it's cero, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete. And then plural versions of random things dealing with the library. So we have, or school, I guess, and college. So estudiantes, libros, computadoras, preguntas, clases, and then the aprender for learning, and then está and este. Yeah, not a lot. Very tiny. Oh, and bolígrafos. Of course. Super small. Very small. Alright. And then, as per usual, let's look at what we have on the track. I'm actually kind of curious if the track has the gender agreement thing. Alright. So, let's take a look at this. So, pod in your usual space. Yeah, it has the gender stuff, the additional gender stuff. Oh no, something's blocking this. It's alright, I can't write over that. There's an element that's blocking it. So we have 1, 2, 3, yeah, your standard. So 3 podcasts. 3 podcasts. 1. What do we have for a topic? Favorite places. That feels like hey Lily, I don't care, or a Falstaff, interesting. Humans like to... No, it's probably Lily, or I don't care. Favorite places? Oh, that's good. Language lessons. Language lessons. That is a total, like, Lynn, ugh, that sounds exhausting. And then we have secret study group. That's Lucy. You know, I still haven't got a Vikram one yet. That's totally Lucy. Conspiracy abode. Zadi's test. Well, that's a giveaway. So we have one adventure. Zadi's test. That makes sense. With all the vocabulary. So the vocabulary is really slowing down, right? Super slowing down. They're covering all their bases. So I kind of see how long this is going to be. Maybe once they backtrack and cover all the basic grammar stuff, because that's what they're covering right now. They just introduced plurals. Still have to introduce we, y'all, and them, right? We, y'all, they, right? We, y'all, they. So that means there's going to be another unit that goes back through all of the things we've learned. But now it's we, y'all, and they. And ustedes. And probably ustedes as well. So, looking forward to that. Not too bad. Today is pretty chill. Got 2 really interesting discussions in. I've been practicing for a little bit for our review. So, alright folks, that's a wrap. Alright, if you're gonna watch this later, muchas gracias, right? Thank you very much. Always appreciate it. Always feel free to follow along. Give me your hot takes, I suppose. And I'm always here to make a commentary or a contrarian or neutralization discussion about hot takes and oversimplification and generalization. It's kind of my thing. Honestly, it leads to a lot of fun discussions and opportunities to share about things. And occasionally, you know, you meet the 1 or 2 people who are curious about my thoughts, and it can lead to some interesting conversations too. And I love when people share. It's part of the whole deal that I like to promote. I like to think in another 10 or so years, when I turn 50 or close to when I turn 50, I like to think that I will be able to expound upon it in multiple languages, and maybe the internet will be a little bit different in another 10 years, where there's an incentive for smaller but more intimate discussions, right? Nowadays, internet brings a lot of people together. A lot of people make each individual person seem like they need to act incredibly efficient and or distant or convenient and or automated in order to hang with all the information online. But honestly, I do feel like there's going to be a future where the internet draws back, walks a little bit back, since it's like one of the main avenues of human interaction these days, to embrace a more intellectually inclined, a little bit more intimate and moderated conversation. Unfortunately, in the way things are handling now, those who, you know, offer incentives and those who build businesses and stuff, it's about volume. Volume. The fastest volume. Efficiency does not mean quality, in my opinion. Efficiency is often at the sacrifice of quality, as well as the sacrifice of intimacy. So it's funny how people think that they it's very ironic that people desire more details and nuances while at the same time continue to be complicit in behavioral practices that would make them less and less intimate. As in, they want to be taken more seriously. One wants to be seen as more competent or qualified. One desires more trust and more friends and interactions, yet participate and complicitly promote behavior and discussions and generalizations that otherwise would go against doing that in the first place, right? If you're not willing to qualify your statements and overgeneralize other people's experiences, generally speaking, then it would be an impasse, a lack of empathy and a lack of emotional intelligence. It's not a place of malicious and intentional behavior, it's more of a normalizing behavior, right? One does not fault another person for doing something they are normalized by a system and by society. If it's very normal to tell people pleasantries or empty comments or overgeneralization, then it's normal. So one thing I would love to change or see in the future is that the internet is not a barren place filled with superficial connections. It's not a place where people can find help or just companionship. Maybe some affirmation along the way. That's meaningful affirmation, in my opinion. And yes, I'm being a little biased here. When I mean meaningful affirmation, I mean something that extends longer than a simple objective number, right? I think reducing humans to simple objective numbers is the same way humans find patterns and generalizations in order to circumvent the need or effort to talk about something. Like, in what way does this make you feel like this game is like this game, right? As opposed to categorically taking the low effort, redundant way out of calling it by a group, right? Oh, hey, you're an English speaker. You're just like all the other English speakers. It's like, oh, you English speakers always do this. Oh, you Japanese speakers always do this. It circumvents the need for discussion, right? I'm sure if you don't have enough time, that's perfectly respectable. Like, I understand life is very busy. At the same time, when you are very busy and you choose to initiate a discussion, the question is, are you often surprised by the rare occasion that someone wants to talk about something and you were taken aback? If you are, I perfectly understand that you would walk away and go seek someone who would entertain your generalizations. Like, yeah, preach to the choir. In other words, for me, I think the most rewarding aspect of every moment of my life and streaming is because, or like streaming in general, or the things I do is I'm really, really pre-selecting and double downing on the investment that I take with my time. Be it nobody finds this interesting or want to do any of this, that's perfectly fine. I'm doing it for myself, right? Still worth it in the end. And one day when I have to go out and, I don't know, work a job again, I will be at least that person that has practiced this a lot, right? I practice making sure to make myself care about things and care about myself. And because I care about myself quite a bit and learn how to practice self-awareness and problem solve on my own, that kind of thing, it gives me a lot of time. It frees up a lot of time. Micromanagement makes it so that I'm not waiting for problems until they become too big, so I have to address them. I'm taking care of the problems as I go. So it's little efforts here and there through the day, which then liberates a lot of extra time to engage in other people's daily lives. Of course, that is not to say that I expect other people to do the same, right? I think the internet is filled with the hustle culture. So if you're not hustling along and you want to enter a discussion with me, then yeah, I'll entertain you for as long as you need, as long as you want, until you decide not for you. So today's discussion really do be starting like that, but it was whether it was important or meaningful to anybody who was listening or any of you who are going to watch this later. That's bonus, and I totally appreciate it. Obviously, it's no trivial matter for those who are interested, but I truly do believe in another 10 years, I think it's going to be a bit of a mix. Who knows? I mean, I'm not even sure if I'd be streaming on Twitch or on YouTube anymore by that matter, because there could be another platform that says, hey, you know, we're going to incentivize how the nature of discussion or the nature of higher selected gated discussions, or maybe even hire people to do these things, because I often envision myself streaming is like what can I say? I feel like I could imagine myself if the internet and streaming wasn't a thing, right? I would draw a sign. I would sit here, right? Oh, that's a really big chair. But I would sit here, I would read a book, right? I'll read a book, maybe look at my laptop or something, right? Kind of like in a college setting, right? Be in front of a very large, and this is not drawn to proportion, and like, talk to me, tell me your story, right? That's kind of how I envision sometimes the future of internet. It'd be a little mix between the two, because I think if there's anything that can push back, in my opinion, push back on the aggressive nature of the combination of the perfect storm of trying to remove human interaction away from everything as much as possible, I believe that is maybe ironically, or maybe counterintuitively to a lot of people, also possibly the solution, or something that mitigates the current excessive hyperpolarized behavior online, almost concerning hyperpolarized behavior online, the lack of intimacy, deep end loneliness, and yeah, these are all buzzwords, but I actually think making the internet the medium which is a little bit more intimate and being more emotionally intelligent, and making more emotionally intelligent, not AI, sorry, but maybe a little less so of AI stuff, but a little bit more emotionally charged and emotionally intelligent products may mitigate some of the, in my opinion, the very noticeable upcoming generational social issues that are coming up, right? Social anxiety. I think social anxiety is a product of normalized behavior, actually. And it compounds on itself. If everyone is socially anxious, then boy howdy, where are you going to find the people who initiates? Kind of a situation, some rhetoric or thought. But yes, I'm very pro communication. I could be completely wrong in which this direction is going, of course. This is all conjecture. But I like to think that in 10 years, there's going to be some normalization. And we'll revisit these videos, hopefully, another 10 years. Hopefully, I'm still alive by then, right? Barring any unfortunate accidents or cancel culture, right? Cancel culture is very strong as well. So who knows? I might be a little too sappy for this type of medium now. People think it's very cliche and unimportant to talk about how to communicate in depth with other people. And low-key, it's an asset nowadays to be able to do that. You want to get a job? Stick out like that, at least in my opinion. Learning a language usually is a great way to kind of get reconnected with the idea of using communication having to talk to other people, having to communicate with a different language, with restricted language, and then always being in an environment of understanding and humbleness and humility, while also engaging with another person who may or may not know more than you, that kind of thing. It's a wonderful time. Language learning is a great catalyst for some of these things, but most skill building is a great catalyst. Starting a new skill is a great catalyst. Going to a gym for the first time, CrossFit, right? So go out there, have fun, or have courage, I guess. Courage and self-trust. Humans learn and are very emergent from experiences. Being very knowledgeable is wonderful, but being very experienced is irreplaceable, in my opinion. And with that said, until next time, folks, stay safe. Hasta luego, right? Stay safe, stay healthy. Good luck with everything. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Adios.